way isn't passive, it's actively intelligent. It means observing what actually works, rather than what should work, according to your beliefs. Ruhaka believed rest was weakness, until his body proved him wrong. How many of your own beliefs about what's necessary are actually creating the problems you're trying to solve? Consider modern work culture. We celebrate people who boast about 4 hours of sleep, who check emails at midnight, who never take vacations. We call this dedication, ambition, success. But the research shows what the Buddha taught 25 centuries ago: chronic overwork decreases productivity, creativity, and decision-making quality. The person who works 60 hours a week often produces less valuable output than someone working 40, because exhaustion creates mistakes,
Whatever that means.
missed insights, and burnout.
Really?
Yet the opposite extreme doesn't work either. Complete avoidance of effort, constant seeking of comfort, refusing any challenge. This creates its own suffering. Skills atrophy, confidence erodes, life becomes small and fearful. The middle way isn't about choosing comfort over effort. It's about right effort, the kind that builds rather than destroys. Think of a guitar string, too loose, and it produces no sound. Too tight, and it snaps. But at exactly the right tension, it creates music. Your life works the same way. You're looking for that precise tension where growth happens without breaking. Ruhaka found his balance through crisis. You don't have to wait for collapse to make adjustments. Start noticing the feedback you're already receiving. When do you feel energized versus depleted? When does effort feel productive versus futile? When does rest restore you versus leave you more tired? These signals show you where your personal middle way lives. The teaching here isn't complicated. Extremes create suffering. Balance creates sustainability. But living this truth requires constant awareness, because the pull toward extremes is strong. Your mind likes absolute rules. Always work hard. Never show weakness. More is always better. These rules are easier than the nuanced intelligence the middle way demands. But that intelligence is available to you right now. You already know when you've pushed too hard. You already know when you're avoiding what needs doing. The wisdom isn't mysterious. It's in the feedback your body and life keep giving you. The question is whether you'll listen before the crisis forces you to. Ruhaka's story doesn't end with perfect balance forever after. Life isn't static. There were times he needed to work intensely, and times he needed more rest. The skill he developed wasn't finding one perfect formula. It was learning to adjust constantly based on real conditions, rather than fixed beliefs. This is the middle way the Buddha taught. Not a rigid path between two extremes, but an intelligent responsiveness to what each moment actually requires. Sometimes that means working hard. Sometimes it means stopping completely. The wisdom is in knowing which is needed now. The middle way isn't just about work. It's about how you see reality itself, which brings us to the second lesson the Buddha taught, one that addresses why we suffer even when we think we're seeing clearly. A man was walking through tall grass when he saw what appeared to be a stick lying across the path. Without thinking, he reached down and grabbed it by one end to move it aside. The stick was actually a snake, and because he'd grabbed it by the tail, instead of safely behind the head, it whipped around and bit him. He dropped it immediately, the pain sharp and immediate, his arm already beginning to swell. The snake slithered away into the grass, neither malicious nor forgiving, simply responding to being grabbed dangerously. The Buddha used the image when teaching about wrong view, seeing reality incorrectly, and then acting on that incorrect perception. The man wasn't stupid or careless. He simply saw something that wasn't there and responded to his perception rather than to what was actually present. The snake didn't bite him because it was evil. It bit him because that's what snakes do when grabbed dangerously. This is how most human suffering works. You're not being punished by life. You're experiencing the natural consequences of seeing things incorrectly and acting on those incorrect perceptions. The Buddha taught that right view, seeing things as they actually are, is the foundation of the entire path to freedom from suffering. Without it, everything else you try will be like grabbing more snakes by the tail. You might have good intentions, you might work hard, you might be sincere in your efforts, but if you're seeing reality incorrectly, your actions will create more suffering. So what does it mean to see things as they really are? The Buddha wasn't talking about some mystical vision or supernatural insight. He meant seeing the basic facts of existence that are true whether you notice them or not. First, everything changes. Not eventually, not in some distant future, but constantly. The body you're in right now is not the same body you woke up in this morning. Cells have died and been replaced. Chemical balances have shifted. Injuries have healed or worsened. The thoughts you're thinking now are already different from the thoughts you had a moment ago. Yet you treat your body and mind as if they're fixed things, then feel shocked and betrayed when they age or change or fail to remain consistent. This is wrong view, not because you're morally wrong to feel shocked, but because your shock comes from seeing permanence where there is only constant change. You grabbed the snake thinking it was a stick. Second, everything is connected to everything else. Nothing exists in isolation. Your mood right now depends on your sleep last night, which depended on your stress yesterday, which depended on that conversation last week, which depended on patterns formed in childhood, which depended on your parents' experiences, which depended on their culture, which depended on historical events, which depended on geological and evolutionary processes stretching back billions of years. When you think, I chose to feel this way, you're seeing a stick where there's a snake. Your choices emerge from countless conditions you didn't choose and often don't see. This doesn't mean you have no agency. It means your agency operates within a vast web of causes you didn't create. Third, clinging to anything causes suffering. Not might cause suffering, not sometimes causes suffering, but always and inevitably creates suffering. You cling to youth and suffer as you age. You cling to health and suffer when illness comes. You cling to relationships and suffer when they change or end. You cling to your self-image and suffer whenever reality contradicts it. The suffering doesn't come from the aging, illness, or change itself. It comes from wanting reality to be different than it is. This is like repeatedly grabbing the snake by the tail while insisting it should behave like a stick. Most people spend their entire lives operating from wrong view without realizing it. They see sticks everywhere and keep getting bitten by snakes. Then they conclude that life is fundamentally unfair, that they're cursed, that happiness is impossible, that other people have it easier. But look closer at what's actually happening. Someone insults you, and you suffer for days. The suffering isn't in the words. Those are just sounds that already vanished into silence. The suffering is in your belief that the insult means something permanent about your worth, that you've been damaged by it, that you need to do something to fix what's been broken. Wrong view sees a stick. This insult has harmed me. Right view sees the snake. Thoughts about the insult are creating suffering in this present moment, and I'm grasping those thoughts as if they're solid truth. Someone praises you and you feel temporarily good, then anxious about whether you deserve it, then worried about maintaining the standard, then deflated when the good feeling fades. Wrong view sees praise as something solid you can possess. Right view sees praise as sounds and thoughts that arise and pass, creating pleasant and unpleasant sensations that also arise and pass. The Buddha wasn't being pessimistic when he taught this. He was being accurate. And accuracy is what allows you to stop getting bitten. Think about how you see your thoughts. Most people treat thoughts as truth. A thought appears, I'm not good enough, and you automatically believe it, feel the emotional impact, act on the assumption that it's accurately describing reality. You don't question whether the thought is true any more than you'd question whether a chair is there when you see it. This is grabbing the snake by the tail. The thought isn't truth. It's a mental event, no more inherently true than a dream or a random worry. But because you see it as truth, you suffer accordingly. Or consider how you see other people. You create a mental image. She's judgmental. He's unreliable. They don't care about me. And then you relate to your image rather than to the actual, changing, complex person in front of you. They do something that contradicts your image, and you either dismiss it as an exception or get confused and frustrated. Your image becomes a cage that limits how you can interact with the real person standing before you. Wrong view again. You're seeing a fixed stick where there's a constantly changing, multifaceted snake. The bite comes when you act on your fixed image and reality doesn't cooperate. The Buddha taught that wrong view is the root of all other problems. If you see clearly, you naturally act in ways that reduce suffering. If you see incorrectly, even your attempts to help yourself will backfire. Take addiction as an example. Wrong view sees the substance or behavior as the source of pleasure, relief, or escape. So the solution seems to be willpower. Just stop using. Just control yourself. Just be stronger. But this is fighting the snake you think is a stick. Right view sees that you're using the substance to escape from uncomfortable sensations that arise from deeper patterns of wrong view. You believe certain feelings are unbearable, certain truths are too painful to face, certain aspects of yourself are unacceptable. These beliefs create suffering, and the substance temporarily masks that suffering. The solution isn't willpower. It's changing the underlying views that create the suffering you're trying to escape. When you see clearly that no feeling is actually unbearable, that truth is less painful than avoidance, that all aspects of experience are workable, the compulsion naturally decreases. This is what the Buddha meant by right view as the foundation of the path. You can practice meditation, follow precepts, cultivate kindness, but if you're still seeing sticks where there are snakes, you'll keep getting bitten. So how do you develop right view? Not by thinking differently or adopting new beliefs, but by observing reality directly until you see what's actually there. Notice impermanence in real time. Watch how your mood shifts from moment to moment. Observe how the sensation you called anger is actually a changing cluster of heat, tension, and racing thoughts. See how the person you're talking to is different now than they were 5 minutes ago. Notice how the breath changes with each inhale and exhale. Never exactly the same twice. Don't think about impermanence. See it happening. Notice interconnection directly. Trace backward from your current emotion to what triggered it, to what made you sensitive to that trigger. to what created that sensitivity. Follow forward from your actions to their ripple effects on others, on yourself tomorrow, on the patterns you're reinforcing. See how your words change the person listening, how their response changes you, how the whole interaction emerged from conditions neither of you fully controlled. Don't philosophize about interconnection. Observe the actual web of causes and effects. Notice how clinging feels. Not what you're clinging to, but the actual sensation of grasping, of trying to hold on to something or push something away. Feel the tension in that, the exhaustion, the way it never quite works, because what you're grasping keeps changing or slipping away. This isn't a concept, it's a visceral experience you can learn to recognize. The man who grabbed the snake learned his lesson instantly. The bite was immediate feedback that his perception had been wrong. You're getting similar feedback constantly, but you often don't connect the bite to the wrong perception that caused it. You see the criticism as the problem, rather than your belief that criticism can damage your fundamental worth. You see the other person as the problem, rather than your expectation that they should be different than they are. You see the circumstances as the problem, rather than your resistance to the circumstances. Each bite is trying to teach you where you're still seeing incorrectly. The suffering isn't punishment, it's information. It's showing you where you grabbed the snake by the tail. This doesn't mean you caused your suffering through moral failure. It means you're experiencing the natural consequence of wrong view, just as the man experienced the natural consequence of seeing a stick where there was a snake. He didn't deserve the bite. He simply got bitten, because that's what happens when you misperceive snakes. The Buddha's teaching isn't about blame. It's about accuracy. See things as they actually are, and suffering decreases. Continue seeing them incorrectly, and suffering continues. Right view changes everything because it changes the foundation from which you act. When you see clearly that your worth isn't dependent on others' opinions, criticism loses its power to devastate you. When you see clearly that clinging creates suffering, you naturally hold things more lightly. When you see clearly that everything changes, you stop being shocked by change and start working with it. This seeing isn't a one-time event. You don't suddenly see perfectly and then you're done. It's a gradual clearing, like fog lifting slowly from a landscape. First you see the outlines, then more details, then finer distinctions. Each layer of clearer seeing reduces suffering and increases your ability to see even more clearly. The man with the snake learned to look more carefully at sticks before grabbing them. You can learn to look more carefully at your perceptions before treating them as truth. Is this thought actually accurate, or is it a habitual pattern? Is this person actually how I'm seeing them, Or am I relating to my mental image? Is this feeling actually unbearable, or is it just uncomfortable? These questions help you see the snake before you grab it by the tail. Seeing clearly changes everything. But what about the actions we take based on what we see? That's where the third lesson becomes crucial. Understanding how your actions shape your future in ways you can't escape. There was once a wealthy man in the city of Rajagaha, whose fortune exceeded that of most merchants in the kingdom. His warehouses overflowed with grain, his vaults held gold, his estate employed dozens of servants. Yet when his wife gave birth to a son, something strange happened inside the father's heart. A tightness formed that he couldn't explain, a resistance to sharing even the smallest portion of his wealth with this child. The boy was named Matakundali, and from the moment of his birth, his father's miserliness toward him was absolute. While the household ate well-prepared meals, the boy received scraps. While servants wore decent clothing, Matakundali wore rags. The father couldn't bring himself to spend a single coin on proper food or care for his own son, though he had more than enough to feed 100 children luxuriously. The mother pleaded, relatives questioned, servants whispered, but the father's irrational stinginess toward the boy only hardened with each passing year. He would give to temples, host feasts for guests, donate to the poor, but for his own child, he felt only a strange compulsion to withhold. Matakundali grew weak and thin, his body never developing properly because nutrition never came. By the time he reached 16, he looked like a child of 8, frail and hollow-eyed. Then he fell ill with a fever that might have been treatable with proper food and medicine. The father, true to his pattern, refused to call physicians or provide remedies. He watched his son waste away, day by day, some part of him wanting to help, but a stronger part unable to open his hand. Within a week, Matakundali died in that house of abundance, having never known a full meal or a father's generosity. The Buddha happened to be staying nearby when this occurred. Word of the strange death reached him. A wealthy man's son, starving to death while surrounded by plenty. People couldn't understand it. What kind of father watches his child die rather than share his wealth? The Buddha explained what most people couldn't see. This wasn't random cruelty or simple greed. It was the visible manifestation of a pattern that had been set in motion lifetimes before. In a previous life, Matakundali had been a wealthy man himself. One day, he'd prepared an elaborate meal and was about to eat when a monk appeared at his door, requesting alms. The wealthy man looked at his food, looked at the monk, and made a choice. Rather than share even a portion, he threw the entire meal into the river, preferring to waste it than give it to someone who needed it. That single action of deliberate waste, choosing destruction over generosity, created a pattern that followed him across lifetimes. The consciousness that made that choice carried the imprint forward. In this life, he experienced the receiving end of that same withholding he'd once enacted. This is what the Buddha meant by karma, not cosmic punishment administered by some judgmental universe, but the simple continuation of patterns you yourself create through intentional action. The word karma means action, specifically intentional action. Not every action creates lasting patterns. Reflexes, accidents, things done without awareness leave little trace. But when you act with clear intention, especially when that action is repeated, you're literally training your consciousness to operate in certain ways. Think of it like this. Every time you respond to frustration with anger, you're strengthening the neural pathways that lead to anger. You're making it easier for anger to arise next time and harder for other responses to emerge. This isn't mystical. It's how the brain works, how habits form, how patterns become ingrained. The man who wasted food to spite a monk trained himself in withholding and waste. That training didn't disappear when his body died. The pattern continued in the next consciousness that arose, carrying forward the imprint of that training. And in this new life, the pattern manifested from a different angle. Instead of being the one who withholds, he became the one who experiences withholding. The father's inexplicable miserliness toward his own child wasn't a character flaw or mental illness. It was karma ripening, the consequence of an intentional action finding its way back to the consciousness that created it. This teaching disturbs people when they first hear it. It sounds like blaming victims, like saying people deserve their suffering. But the Buddha wasn't making moral judgments. He was describing cause and effect in the realm of intentional action. You plant apple seeds, you get apple trees. You plant thistle seeds, you get thistles. This isn't the universe rewarding apples and punishing thistles. It's just how seeds work. Intentional actions are seeds that produce corresponding results. The crucial word is intentional. The man didn't accidentally drop the food in the river. He deliberately chose waste over generosity, spite over kindness. That intention is what created the karmic pattern, not the physical action itself. This means you're creating your future right now with every intentional choice you make. Not your circumstances necessarily. You can't karma your way into winning the lottery or avoiding all hardship, but you're shaping how you'll relate to whatever circumstances arise. Every time you choose patience over reactivity, you're making patience more accessible in the future. Every time you choose honesty over deception, even when deception seems easier, you're strengthening the pattern of honesty. Every time you choose generosity over hoarding, you're training consciousness in the direction of openness. rather than grasping. The opposite is equally true. Each time you indulge anger, you make anger stronger. Each time you lie to avoid discomfort, you make lying more likely next time. Each time you take what isn't freely given, you deepen the pattern of taking. These aren't abstract, spiritual principles. You can observe this directly in your own life. Notice how certain reactions have become automatic because you've repeated them so many times. Notice how some choices that once required effort now happen without thinking because you've reinforced them into habits. That's karma in action. You're not being controlled by some external force. You're experiencing the momentum of your own past intentions. Mata Kundali's story shows the extreme version, a pattern so strong it carried across lifetimes and manifested as a father's inexplicable cruelty. But you don't need to believe in rebirth to understand the principle. In this single life, you're constantly experiencing the results of patterns you've created through repeated, intentional action. The person who spent years reacting to stress with alcohol now finds that alcohol is the first thing their mind reaches for when difficulty arises. The person who repeatedly chose work over relationships now finds themselves isolated with successful careers, but no one to share them with. The person who trained themselves to see threats everywhere now lives in constant anxiety, even when objectively safe. None of this is punishment. It's pattern playing out, momentum continuing, seeds sprouting into plants that match the seeds that were sown. The question is, what are you planting now? Because here's what the Buddha discovered that makes this teaching liberating rather than depressing. You can change the pattern, starting with the next intentional action. You're not doomed to repeat the past forever. Mata Kundali couldn't change the pattern that led to his death, that karma had already ripened. But if his consciousness continues, if there's another life after that one, the experience of starving while surrounded by plenty will itself create new patterns. Perhaps patterns of compassion for those who suffer, of understanding what withholding feels like from the receiving end. You don't need to wait for another lifetime. Right now, in this moment, you can choose an action that contradicts your habitual pattern. The person who always reacts with anger can choose patience, even once. The person who habitually lies can tell the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. The person who hoards can give something away, even something small. That single contrary action doesn't erase the old pattern immediately. The grooves are deep from years of repetition, but it plants a new seed. It creates a tiny bit of momentum in a different direction. And if you repeat that new action, make it intentional, choose it again and again, despite the pull of the old habit, you're creating a new pattern that will eventually become as strong as the old one. This is how transformation actually happens, not through insight alone, not through understanding intellectually, but through intentional action, repeated until it becomes the new default. The Buddha wasn't teaching fatalism when he explained karma. He was teaching responsibility and possibility. You created these patterns through your past actions, which means you can create different patterns through your current actions. Look at your life right now, the difficulties you're facing, the ease in certain areas, the relationships you have, the habits that run you. All of this emerged from past intentional actions, yours and others. You didn't choose your starting point, your genetics, your childhood circumstances, but you've been choosing your responses to those conditions every day since you became capable of choice. Those responses created patterns that led to this present moment. And this present moment offers you the chance to choose responses that will create different patterns leading to different futures. The man who wasted food could have chosen differently. He could have shared with the monk, created a pattern of generosity that would follow him forward. Instead, he chose spite, and that choice echoed across lifetimes. You're making similar choices constantly, though usually with less dramatic results. The choice to snap at your partner or respond with kindness. The choice to work with integrity or cut corners. The choice to face difficulty or numb yourself against it. Each choice is a seed. Each seed will sprout. You will experience what grows from what you're planting right now. This isn't meant to make you paranoid about every action. It's meant to wake you up to the power you actually have. You're not a victim of random forces. You're experiencing the results of patterned forces you yourself have created and continue to create with every intentional choice. The good news is that you can start creating better patterns immediately. You don't need permission, special circumstances, or ideal conditions. You just need to make one intentional choice that contradicts the harmful pattern, then another, then another. The father in the story was trapped by a pattern so strong he couldn't break it even to save his son's life. You may have patterns that feel equally unbreakable, but they're only unbreakable if you never choose differently, if you let momentum continue unchallenged. Your past shaped today. There's no escaping that. The patterns you created through years of repeated choices are playing out right now in your circumstances, your reactions, your relationships. But what about the time you have left? What patterns will you choose to create starting with your next intentional action? Among the Buddha's monks, there was one who stood out for all the wrong reasons. His name was Lakunathaka Badiya, and he was a dwarf, barely reaching the shoulders of other men. His face was so misshapen that children sometimes cried when they saw him, and his body was twisted in ways that made simple movement difficult. Other monks whispered about him. Visitors to the monastery stared. Even those who meant no harm couldn't help but notice how different he looked, how awkward his presence was, in gatherings of more typical men. Yet Lakuntataka Badia walked through all of this with something that baffled everyone who encountered him: pure, unshakable joy. He would wake before dawn and greet the day by saying aloud, "Oh happiness, oh happiness." He said it while sweeping the monastery grounds, while eating his simple meal, while sitting in meditation. Oh happiness, oh happiness. Not as a mantra he was forcing himself to repeat, but as a genuine expression of what he felt. The other monks found this deeply confusing. Here was a man with every reason to be bitter, poor, ugly, physically limited, subject to mockery and pity in equal measure. Yet he radiated more contentment than men who were healthy, attractive, and accomplished. How could someone in his position possibly be happy? Finally, several monks went to the Buddha with their question. "Master, we don't understand Lakuntaka Badia. He has nothing that people usually associate with happiness. Yet, he's the most joyful person we know. Every day he says, 'Oh happiness,' as if he's living in paradise. What causes this?" The Buddha smiled, recognizing the teaching opportunity in their confusion. "You want to know why Badia is happy? Then you need to understand where he's coming from." He explained that in Badia's previous life, the man had been a cruel and violent criminal. His actions had led to capture, and he'd been sentenced to execution by torture, a process designed to maximize suffering before death. For days, he experienced unimaginable physical pain as executioners slowly took his life, using methods too brutal to describe. When that consciousness ended and a new life began, the imprint of that torture remained. Badia was born into this life with a body that reflected some of that past suffering, twisted, limited, causing him social pain to mirror the physical pain of before. But here's what the other monks had missed. Compared to being actively tortured to death, every single moment of this life was absolute bliss. No one was driving nails into his flesh. No one was burning him or crushing his bones. He could breathe freely. He could eat when hungry. He could sleep without fear of waking to more agony. People might stare or whisper, but they weren't trying to kill him slowly. From this perspective, every ordinary moment was a gift beyond measure. The simple act of walking through the monastery garden was bliss. He wasn't being tortured. Eating plain rice was bliss. He wasn't being tortured. Being mocked by others was bliss. He wasn't being tortured. Oh, happiness wasn't empty optimism or spiritual bypassing. It was accurate assessment of his actual experience compared to what he'd known before. The Buddha used Badia's story to teach something crucial about how we experience life. Your happiness or suffering isn't determined by objective circumstances. It's determined by what you compare those circumstances to. Badia compared everything to being tortured to death and found every moment wonderful. The other monks compared their lives to idealized fantasies and found themselves lacking. Same monastery, same food, same teaching, completely different experience, based entirely on the frame of reference each person was using. You're doing this constantly without realizing it. You compare your body to magazine covers and feel inadequate. You compare your career to highlight reels on social media and feel like a failure. You compare your relationship to movie romance and feel disappointed. These comparisons create suffering, not because your actual circumstances are bad, but because you're measuring them against impossible standards that exist only in your imagination. But what if you change the comparison? What if you compared your current life to the worst day you've ever experienced? What if you compared it to the lives of people throughout history who suffered in ways you've never known? What if you compared it to the very real possibility of not existing at all? Suddenly, the same circumstances that seemed inadequate become grounds for the same joy Badia expressed. You're not being tortured. You're not starving. You're not dying of untreatable disease. You're breathing, thinking, capable of experiencing this moment. Oh happiness, oh happiness. This isn't about pretending problems don't exist or invalidating real difficulties. Badia's physical limitations were real. The mockery he endured was real. But he'd learned something most people never learn, that gratitude for what you have is more powerful than resentment for what you lack. The Buddha taught this as part of death awareness, keeping present the fact that life is temporary and therefore precious. Not morbid dwelling on death, but clear recognition that you won't be here forever, which makes now valuable in a way it can't be if you assume there's always more time. When you truly absorb that this day might be your last, it changes how you move through it. The petty irritations lose their power. The grudges you've been holding seem pointless. The appreciation you've been postponing until things are perfect becomes urgent. Badia lived every day as if it were a gift, because he remembered, at some level, what it felt like when days were running out in agony. You don't need to wait for a near-death experience to access this same clarity. You just need to be honest about the fact that your time is limited, and this moment will never come again. Right now, wherever you are, you're experiencing conditions that billions of people throughout history would consider miraculous. You're probably not hungry to the point of starvation. You're probably not in severe physical pain. You have access to knowledge that would have seemed like magic a century ago. You can communicate with people across the planet instantly, cure diseases that used to be death sentences, travel distances that used to take months in a matter of hours. None of this guarantees happiness, because happiness isn't about circumstances, it's about perception. Badia, with nothing, was joyful. The other monks with much more were restless and unsatisfied. The difference was in how they saw what they had. You can test this right now. Take a moment and compare your current situation to the worst moment of your life. If you're reading this or listening to it, you're not in that worst moment anymore. You survived it. You're here, conscious, capable of receiving these words. Compared to your worst day, how is this moment? Now compare your situation to someone experiencing extreme suffering right now, someone dying alone, someone being tortured, someone watching their children starve. These aren't hypothetical situations. They're happening to real people as you receive these words. Compared to their experience, how is yours? This isn't meant to make you feel guilty for having it easier. It's meant to wake you up to what you actually have, that you've been treating as insufficient. The comparison isn't about others' suffering, it's about your own perception. Badia's past life torture gave him a reference point that made everything else feel like bliss. You probably don't have that extreme contrast in your direct experience, but you do have imagination, memory, and the ability to recognize that your current circumstances could be much worse. The Buddha wasn't teaching toxic positivity or spiritual bypassing when he pointed to Badia as an example. He was showing how happiness emerges from realistic perception rather than circumstantial perfection. Badia's life wasn't objectively wonderful, but his perception of it was accurate. Compared to being tortured to death, every moment was indeed happiness. This is living each day fully, not by cramming it with experiences or achievements, but by actually recognizing what you're experiencing right now as valuable simply because you're experiencing it. You're alive. That fact alone, when seen clearly, is extraordinary. Most people live as if they have unlimited time, saving their appreciation for some future moment when everything aligns perfectly. Then they die having never fully inhabited any of the moments they actually had, because they were always waiting for better ones. Badia didn't make this mistake. He knew somehow that this moment was all he had, and that was enough. You're making a choice right now about how to see this day. You can compare it to an imagined perfect day and find it lacking. You can compare it to others' curated presentations of their lives and feel inadequate. Or you can compare it to the very real possibility of not having this day at all and find it precious. Badia chose the third option every single day. Oh, happiness wasn't denial of his difficulties. It was recognition that difficulties are vastly preferable to non-existence or active torture. That recognition didn't change his circumstances, but it completely changed his experience of those circumstances. The teaching here is simple, but not easy. Your experience of life depends more on your frame of reference than on your actual conditions. Change the comparison and you change the experience. Not by lying to yourself about what's true, but by choosing to compare what you have to realistic alternatives rather than impossible fantasies. Death will come for you, not someday in the distant future, soon, by the measure of how time actually feels as you age. Every day that passes is one you'll never get back, one fewer you have remaining. This isn't morbid, it's simply true. Badia lived with this truth active in his awareness. Each day was precious, not because it was perfect, but because it was finite, and he was experiencing it instead of the torture his previous actions had earned. You don't need a dramatic backstory to access the same awareness. You just need to be honest about impermanence. This moment will end. Today will end. Your life will end. You can resist this truth and suffer from the resistance, or you can accept it and let it show you the value of what you're experiencing right now. Each day is precious, but knowing that intellectually doesn't change how you live. The question is how you actually transform yourself from someone who takes life for granted into someone who meets each moment with Badia's simple recognition. Oh, happiness, I'm alive and not being tortured. What could be better than this? There were two brothers who wanted to become monks. The elder brother, Mahapantaka, had a quick mind and sharp memory. Within weeks of joining the monastery, he'd memorized hundreds of verses and grasped complex teachings with ease. His younger brother, Kulapanthaka, was different. Kulapantaka struggled with everything. When teachers gave him a single verse to memorize, he'd repeat it all day and forget it by evening. When they explained a simple concept, it slipped through his mind like water through a sieve. After 4 months of trying, he still couldn't remember even one complete teaching. The other monks grew frustrated. They'd spend hours teaching him the same verse, watching him nod and repeat it back, then seeing him blank completely when asked to recite it the next morning. Finally, Mahapanthaka took his brother aside with painful news. "You're not suited for this life," he said, trying to be kind but firm. "Some people have the mental capacity for these teachings and some don't. You've tried for months and you can't even memorize a single verse. It's better to accept your limitations and return to ordinary life than to embarrass yourself further here." Kulapanthaka sat outside the monastery gates and wept. He knew his brother was right. He was slow, dull, incapable of what came easily to others. But the teachings had touched something in him that his limited mind couldn't explain. He didn't want to leave, even though he was clearly failing. The Buddha happened to pass by and saw the young man crying. When he learned what had happened, he called Kula Panthaka over. "Your brother says you can't learn," the Buddha said. "Is this true?" "Yes, Master," Kula Panthaka admitted, his voice heavy with shame. "I've tried for 4 months, and I still can't remember even one verse. My mind doesn't work like other people's minds." The Buddha looked at him carefully. "Can you do one simple thing and keep doing it?" "I think so," Kula Panthaka said uncertainly. The Buddha handed him a clean white cloth. "Sit here and wipe this cloth," he instructed. "As you wipe it, say these words: remove dust, remove dust." "That's all. Can you do this?" Kula Panthaka nodded. It seemed simple enough even for someone as slow as him. So he sat there in the corner of the monastery and wiped the cloth. remove dust," he said with each stroke. The cloth collected dirt from his hands, from the air, from the surface where he worked. He'd wipe it clean, then it would gather dust again, and he'd wipe it again. Hours passed, days passed, weeks passed, while other monks studied complex philosophy and debated subtle points of doctrine. Kula Panthaka wiped his cloth. Remove dust, remove dust." The other monks walked past him and shook their heads. Here was proof of what they'd said. The boy was so simple that all he could handle was this mindless task. Even Mahapanthaka felt embarrassed by his brother's presence, this constant reminder of intellectual limitation. But something was happening that no one else could see. As Kula Panthaka wiped the cloth day after day, saying the same words thousands of times, his mind began to settle. The racing thoughts that had made memorization impossible started to slow. The anxiety about being stupid began to fade. He noticed that dust appeared on the cloth constantly. He'd wipe it completely clean, and within moments, new dust would settle. The cloth was never permanently clean. Cleaning it was an ongoing process, not a final achievement. Then one day, after months of wiping, a question formed in his quiet mind. If this cloth is never permanently clean, what else is like this? He looked at his own mind and saw the same pattern. Thoughts arose like dust settling on cloth. He could remove a thought, feel clear for a moment, then new thoughts would appear. The mind was never permanently clean. It required constant attention, just like the cloth. And deeper still, what was this dust he'd been commanded to remove? Physical dust on the cloth, yes, but also greed, anger, and delusion settling constantly on consciousness. Remove dust, not once, but continuously, moment after moment. In that simple realization, earned through months of repetitive practice that everyone else had dismissed as pointless, Kulapanthaka understood what the brilliant monks were still trying to grasp through complex study. The path wasn't about accumulating knowledge. It was about the patient, continuous removal of what obscures clarity. He achieved full enlightenment sitting there with his cloth, becoming an awakened being through the simplest practice imaginable. The slow-minded monk, who couldn't memorize a single verse, had understood the entire teaching by doing one thing completely. When the Buddha told the other monks what had happened, they were stunned. How could someone so dull achieve what they, with all their learning and sharp minds, had not? The Buddha used Kulapanthaka as an example of how transformation actually happens. Not through dramatic breakthroughs or sudden insight, but through small, consistent actions, repeated until they reveal truth. The brilliant monks had been trying to swallow the ocean in one gulp, accumulating teachings faster than they could integrate them. Kulapanthaka had taken one drop and investigated it completely until that single drop revealed the nature of the entire ocean. This is how wisdom actually builds, not through grand gestures or intense bursts of effort that can't be sustained, but through small steps taken consistently in the same direction. You live in a culture that promises instant transformation, 7-day cleanses, weekend workshops that claim to revolutionize your life, apps that guarantee meditation mastery in 10 minutes a day. The underlying message is that change should be fast, dramatic, and easy. But Kulapanthaka's story reveals how change actually works. He didn't achieve enlightenment through an intensive retreat or a powerful revelation. He achieved it by wiping a cloth and saying 2 words thousands upon thousands of times until the repetition wore through his mental resistance and revealed what was always true. The monks who rejected him were smarter, more capable, better educated, yet their brilliance became an obstacle because it made them impatient with simple practices. They wanted advanced teachings, sophisticated techniques, complex philosophies to match their complex minds. Kulapanthaka had no choice but to be simple because his mind couldn't handle complexity. That limitation became his liberation. He couldn't skip steps or jump to advanced practices, so he did the one simple thing he was given with complete attention. You probably have more intellectual capacity than Kulapanthaka. The question is whether your greater capacity is helping you or hindering you. Are you using it to practice consistently or to jump between techniques looking for the perfect one? Are you building on small gains or dismissing them as insufficient because they don't match the dramatic transformations you've been promised? Think about something you want to change in your life. Maybe you want to be calmer, more patient, less reactive. The Kulapanthaka approach would be finding one tiny action you can repeat daily that moves you microscopically in that direction. Not a dramatic overhaul of your personality, not an intensive program that requires hours of daily practice you can't sustain. Just one small thing, done consistently, like wiping a cloth and saying, "Remove dust." Maybe it's taking 3 conscious breaths before responding to frustration. Maybe it's pausing 1 second before checking your phone. Maybe it's noticing 1 moment of gratitude each morning. These actions seem laughably small compared to the change you want. But Kula Panthaka's task seemed laughably small too. Wipe a cloth and say 2 words. How could that possibly lead to enlightenment? Yet it did, because he stayed with it long enough for it to work on him at a level deeper than his conscious understanding. The modern obsession with efficiency works against this kind of transformation. You want to optimize, find the fastest route, eliminate wasted time. But wisdom isn't built efficiently. It's built through repetition that looks wasteful until suddenly it isn't. Kula Panthaka wiped the same cloth for months. An efficiency expert would call that absurd. Surely there was a faster way to learn what he needed to learn. But there wasn't, not for him, because his transformation required the dissolution that only comes from doing something simple so many times that your resistance to simplicity breaks down. You give up too soon. You try a practice for a week, don't see dramatic results, and conclude it doesn't work. You start building a new habit, encounter difficulty on day 3, and abandon it for something that promises easier progress. Kula Panthaka would still have been wiping his cloth when you'd already moved on to the next technique. He'd still be saying, "Remove dust, remove dust," while you were reading books about more advanced practices. And he'd achieve enlightenment while you were still searching for the right method. This isn't about being stubborn or rigid. It's about understanding that real change happens below the surface of your awareness. You're doing something simple, seeing no obvious progress, feeling like you're wasting time. But underneath, patterns are shifting, resistances are wearing down, insights are forming that will eventually surface as transformation. The Buddha gave Kula Panthaka exactly what he needed, not what he wanted, not what seemed impressive, but what would actually work, given his specific capacities and limitations. A simple task he could sustain indefinitely until it revealed its teaching. What's your cloth to wipe? What's the simple thing you could do every single day, regardless of how you feel, whether you see progress, or what more advanced practitioners are doing? Not the optimal practice, not the most powerful technique, just the one thing simple enough that you'll actually do it consistently for months or years until it transforms you. Kula Panthaka couldn't have succeeded at complex practices even if he'd tried. His limitation forced him into simplicity, and simplicity forced him into depth. You have the opposite problem. Your capability tempts you into complexity, and complexity keeps you on the surface of many practices instead of in the depth of one. Small steps build wisdom, not because small steps are inherently wise, but because they're sustainable. And sustainability over time is what allows compound effects to work. Kulapantaka's first day of wiping the cloth accomplished almost nothing. His 100th day wasn't dramatically different. But by day 300, something had shifted without him noticing exactly when. The accumulation of small repetitions had created capacity for insight that wasn't there before. You're looking for the day that changes everything, the breakthrough moment, the sudden awakening, the instant when it all clicks into place. Those moments exist, but they emerge from hundreds of ordinary days of small effort that seem to accomplish nothing at the time. Small steps build wisdom, but how do we know when to speak and when to stay silent? That's the 6th lesson, and it determines whether your wisdom helps or harms. The Buddha had just achieved enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree. After 49 days of sitting in meditation, he'd broken through to complete understanding of suffering and its end. Now he was walking toward Benares, where he would teach for the first time, and his face carried something that made people turn and stare. On the road, he encountered a wandering ascetic named Upaka. Upaka noticed immediately that this man walking toward him was different from other spiritual seekers he'd met. The Buddha's eyes were clear. His movements had an ease that comes from being completely free of inner conflict. His presence radiated a peace that Upaka had never encountered. Upaka stopped him. "Friend, your face is bright. Your senses seem clear and calm," he said. "Who is your teacher? Whose teachings do you follow?" This was a respectful question in a culture where spiritual authority came from lineage and tradition. You studied under a master, learned their techniques, and passed them on to others. The assumption was that anyone who'd achieved something worthwhile must have received it from someone greater. The Buddha answered directly and honestly. "I have no teacher," he said. "There is no one like me in this world. I am the one who has fully awakened. I have no equal among gods or humans. I am going to the city of Benares to set in motion the wheel of truth, to teach what I've discovered to those who can receive it." He wasn't boasting. He was stating facts about his realization with the same matter-of-fact clarity you'd use to describe the weather. This was a moment of incredible opportunity. Upaka was standing in front of the first, fully enlightened being in generations, receiving a direct invitation to learn what had just been discovered. Upaka looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Maybe so, friend," shrugged, and walked past him down the road. Maybe so. Two words that dismissed the most important encounter of Upaka's entire life. He'd asked a question, received an answer that should have stopped him in his tracks, and instead, he essentially said, "Whatever," and kept walking. The tragedy isn't that Upaka rejected the Buddha's teaching after careful consideration. The tragedy is that he didn't actually listen to what was being offered. His mind had already decided what kind of answer was acceptable. Something about a famous teacher, a recognized lineage, credentials he could verify. When the Buddha's answer didn't fit that predetermined framework, Upaka dismissed it without actually hearing what was being said. This is what most people do most of the time. They ask questions, but they're not actually seeking answers. They're seeking confirmation of what they already believe, validation of their existing framework, permission to continue thinking exactly as they've been thinking. When someone says something that doesn't fit, the immediate response is, "Maybe so," a polite dismissal that allows you to move on without the discomfort of actually considering whether you might be wrong about something important. The Buddha didn't chase after Upaka. He didn't try to convince him or prove his realization. He'd spoken truthfully when asked a direct question, and Upaka's response showed he wasn't ready to receive the teaching. So the Buddha continued to Benares and found students who could actually listen. This story teaches two connected lessons about speech and listening. First, speak truthfully, even when the truth won't be welcomed. Second, listen with the willingness to be changed by what you hear. The Buddha could have lied to Upaka, could have invented a prestigious teacher to make his claims more acceptable, could have softened his words to avoid seeming arrogant. Instead, he spoke plain truth. "I have no teacher. I discovered this myself. What I found is complete." The words were accurate, spoken at the right time in response to a direct question, and delivered without hostility or pride. That's what the Buddha meant by right speech. Not flowery language or diplomatic evasion, but words that are true, helpful, timely, and spoken with good intention. Most speech fails at least one of these criteria. You say things that are true but not helpful, criticizing someone in a way that serves your need to vent rather than their need to grow. You say things that might be helpful but aren't true, empty reassurances that make someone feel better temporarily but don't address reality. You say true and helpful things at the wrong time, offering unsolicited advice when someone just needs to be heard. The Buddha's speech to Upaka was true, potentially helpful if received, perfectly timed as a response to a direct question, and spoken with the intention of sharing what had been discovered. It was right speech, even though it wasn't received. But Upaka's failure was in listening. He heard the words, but he didn't receive them. His mind was too busy judging whether the answer fit his preconceptions to actually consider whether it might be true. You do this constantly. Someone is talking, and you're already formulating your response, waiting for them to finish so you can say what you've prepared. They're sharing something that challenges your worldview, and you're busy dismissing it before they've completed their sentence. They're offering perspective you need, and you're scanning their words for flaws, so you can reject the whole message based on a single, questionable detail. This isn't listening. This is waiting to talk while someone else makes sounds. Real listening requires something Upaka didn't have: the willingness to be wrong about what you think you know. If you've already decided what's true, what's possible, what's acceptable, then you're not listening, you're filtering. Only information that confirms your existing beliefs makes it through, and everything else gets the maybe so treatment. The cost of this is immense. Upaka walked right past enlightenment because the Buddha's answer didn't match his expectations about how enlightened people should talk. How many times have you walked past answers because they came from unexpected sources or sounded different from what you anticipated? Maybe it was advice from someone younger than you that you dismissed because what could they possibly know that you don't? Maybe it was insight from someone you'd categorized as less intelligent, less educated, less successful. Maybe it was truth spoken by someone you'd already decided was wrong about everything. The wisdom was there, available, being offered directly to you, but you were like Upaka, already walking past it saying, maybe so, because the packaging didn't match what you were looking for. Right speech matters because it determines whether truth can be transmitted. But wise listening matters even more because it determines whether truth can be received. The Buddha spoke perfectly to Upaka, and it accomplished nothing because Upaka wasn't actually listening. Think about conversations you've had recently. Were you truly listening, or were you waiting to talk? When someone said something that contradicted your existing beliefs, did you actually consider whether they might be right? Or did you immediately start marshalling counter-arguments? When someone offered a perspective you hadn't considered, did you receive it with genuine curiosity? Or did you dismiss it to maintain your current understanding? The Buddha taught that right speech has 4 qualities. It's truthful, it's beneficial, it's timely, and it's spoken kindly. But he also taught that even perfect speech is useless if no one can hear it. Upaka asked the right question. He recognized that something unusual was present in the Buddha. He made the effort to stop and inquire. But when the answer came in a form he didn't expect, he couldn't receive it. His filters were set to accept only certain kinds of responses, and the truth didn't match the filter settings. You have similar filters operating right now. Certain sources you trust automatically, and others you dismiss automatically. Certain types of answers you consider possible, and others you reject before investigation. These filters are supposed to protect you from wasting time on nonsense but they also prevent you from receiving truth that arrives in unexpected packages. The solution isn't to blindly believe everything anyone says. The solution is to actually listen before deciding whether to accept or reject. Give the words a chance to land, to be considered fully before your pre-existing framework dismisses them. Upaka never found out what he'd missed by walking away. Later, when the Buddha became famous and people spoke of his teaching with reverence, did Upaka remember that roadside encounter? Did he realize he'd been offered direct access to what thousands were now seeking, and he dismissed it with, maybe so? The story doesn't tell us, but the lesson remains. The cost of not listening is missing what you most need to hear. Your speech shapes how others can receive truth from you. Your listening shapes how you can receive truth from others. Both matter equally in the transmission of wisdom. The Buddha spoke clearly to Upaka. This is what I've discovered. This is where I'm going. This is what I'm offering. That was right speech. Truthful, beneficial, timely, kind. But Upaka's listening was wrong, filtered through preconceptions, closed to possibility, ending in dismissal. So the meeting that could have transformed Upaka's entire existence became just a brief roadside conversation that he walked away from, carrying his questions to other teachers who would give him answers that fit his expectations better, even if those answers were less true. You're in conversations every day where something real is trying to reach you. Maybe it's buried in clumsy words from someone who doesn't communicate well. Maybe it's coming from a source you've categorized as unreliable. Maybe it's arriving in a form that challenges beliefs you've held for years. Will you hear it? Or will you, maybe so, your way past it, like Upaka walked past the Buddha? Right speech means speaking truth at the right time for the right reasons. Wise listening means receiving what's spoken without letting your filters reject it before you've actually heard it. Both are necessary for wisdom to move from one mind to another. Speaking wisely matters. But what about when others attack us with their words? When speech comes not as teaching, but as assault? That's when the seventh lesson becomes essential. Learning to meet hatred with something it can't destroy. A Brahmin named Akosa Bharadvaja heard that one of his relatives had become a follower of the Buddha. This news infuriated him. In his mind, the Buddha was a fraud who seduced people away from proper religious practice, a wanderer with no real authority who convinced gullible people to abandon their traditions and families. Akosa decided to confront this so-called teacher directly. He found the Buddha sitting calmly beneath a tree and immediately unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse that would have devastated most people. He called the Buddha a fool, a fake, a corrupter of good families, a shameless beggar who contributed nothing to society. He questioned the Buddha's lineage, his teaching, his right to speak on spiritual matters. The insults were personal, vicious, designed to wound and humiliate. The Buddha sat quietly and listened until Akosa ran out of words. Then, in the silence that followed the storm of abuse, the Buddha asked a simple question. Tell me, Brahmin, do you sometimes have guests visit your home? Akosa was confused by this shift, but answered, yes, sometimes. And when guests visit, do you offer them food? Yes, of course, Akosa said, still not understanding where this was going. And what happens if you offer them food but they don't accept it? The Buddha asked. What happens to the food if your guests decline to eat it? Akosa frowned. Then it remains mine, obviously. If they don't take it, it still belongs to me. The Buddha nodded. Just so, Brahmin. You have come here and offered me insults, abuse, and hatred. But I do not accept them. Therefore they remain yours. You are the one who must carry them home. You are the one who will sleep with them tonight. They belong entirely to you, because I have not taken possession of them. There was a long silence as Akosa absorbed this. He'd come to wound the Buddha, and instead found himself holding a mirror to his own anger. The Buddha wasn't damaged by the insults because he simply hadn't accepted them as truth about himself. They were just sounds Akosa had made, and the Buddha had let them pass by like wind through trees. Then the Buddha continued, his voice still calm, still kind, despite everything Akosa had just said. When you abuse and insult someone who does not return abuse for abuse, that abuse returns to you like dust thrown against the wind. You cannot hurt someone who refuses to be hurt, but you certainly hurt yourself in the attempt. Something broke open in Akosa's chest. He'd come expecting a fight, hoping to prove the Buddha was as petty and defensive as anyone else when attacked. Instead, he'd encountered something he'd never experienced, genuine compassion in the face of genuine hatred. The Buddha wasn't pretending to be unaffected or suppressing anger. He actually felt no anger, no need to defend himself, no desire to hurt back. Akosa sat down heavily. Teach me, he said quietly. Teach me how to be like this. The Buddha's response teaches something crucial about how to handle attacks, whether they come from ancient Brahmins or modern internet comments, from family members or workplace enemies. The teaching isn't about being passive or allowing abuse to continue. It's about understanding that hatred can only harm you if you accept it, internalize it, and let it determine how you see yourself. When someone insults you, they're making an offer. They're offering you their judgment, their anger, their assessment of your worth. You can accept that offer, take it in, believe it, carry it with you, let it shape how you feel about yourself. Or you can decline it the way you decline food you didn't want and let it remain theirs. Most people accept every insult automatically. Someone says you're stupid, and you immediately feel stupid. Someone says you're worthless, and you start questioning your value. Someone says you're failing, and you begin to believe you're a failure. You take the poisoned food they're offering and swallow it without questioning whether it's actually true or nutritious. The Buddha's teaching points to a different possibility. You can hear the words without accepting them as truth. You can recognize that someone is angry, that they're trying to hurt you, that they're offering you their pain dressed up as statements about who you are, and you can choose not to take possession of any of it. This isn't about developing thick skin or learning not to care. It's about seeing clearly what's actually happening in moments of attack. Someone is suffering, and their suffering is expressing itself as an attempt to make you suffer too. When you see this clearly, compassion becomes possible, even toward the person attacking you. Akosa was suffering when he came to insult the Buddha. He was angry about his relative's choice, threatened by teaching he didn't understand, afraid of changes happening in his world. That suffering came out as vicious personal attacks. But the attacks were never really about the Buddha. They were about Akosa's internal state, finding an external target. When you're attacked online by a stranger who calls you names, the attack isn't about you. They don't know you. They're projecting their pain, insecurity, or anger onto whatever target presents itself. You just happen to be available. If you take it personally, if you accept their assessment as meaningful information about who you are, you're accepting food from someone who's trying to poison you. When you're attacked at work by someone who undermines you or questions your competence, the same principle applies. Often these attacks come from people who feel threatened, insecure, or in competition for resources. The attack is about their internal state, not about your actual worth or capability. You can defend yourself practically, set boundaries, document interactions, protect your position without accepting their judgment of you as truth. When family members attack you with criticism disguised as concern, with judgments wrapped in, "I'm only saying this because I love you," you're being offered poison, labeled as medicine. They may genuinely believe they're helping, but that doesn't mean you have to swallow what they're serving. You can love them, maintain relationship with them, and still decline to accept their assessment of your life choices as binding truth. This is where compassion becomes radical. The Buddha didn't just refuse Akosa's insults. He felt genuine care for the man who was attacking him. He saw Akosa's suffering and responded to that rather than to the surface level of abuse. He offered teaching instead of retaliation, understanding instead of defense. Most people think compassion means being nice, speaking softly, avoiding conflict. But the Buddha's compassion was fierce and clear. He didn't pretend the insults weren't happening, or reassure Akosa that it was okay to attack him. He pointed directly at what was true. These insults belong to you, not to me, and you're the one who will suffer from carrying them. That's compassionate because it's honest. It gives Akosa a chance to see what he's actually doing to himself, which is the only way he can stop doing it. Compassion isn't letting people abuse you without consequence. It's seeing their suffering clearly enough that you don't respond to their attack with your own attack, which would just create more suffering for everyone. You can set boundaries, remove yourself from harmful situations, protect yourself from repeated attacks, all while maintaining compassion for the person who's attacking you. Think about someone who's attacked you recently. Maybe it was harsh words, maybe betrayal, maybe deliberate cruelty. Your first instinct was probably to attack back, to defend yourself, to make them hurt the way they hurt you. That instinct is natural and human, but it's also what keeps cycles of harm spinning endlessly. Akosa attacked the Buddha, expecting attack in return. When he didn't get it, when he received compassion instead, the cycle broke. His anger had nowhere to go because it wasn't being met with matching anger. He was left holding his hatred with no one to give it to, which made him finally see it clearly and recognize he didn't want to carry it anymore. You can do this, not by being superhuman or transcending normal emotions, but by seeing clearly what's happening when someone offers you hatred. They're in pain, and they're trying to share that pain by making you hurt too. If you accept their offering, if you believe their insults, internalize their judgment, let their attack determine your worth, they succeed in sharing their suffering with you. But if you see what's happening and decline the offer, if you let their words remain theirs while you stay grounded in what's actually true about you, then you break the transmission. Their suffering stays with them, which is sad, but honest. And you remain free from the additional suffering they were trying to create. This doesn't mean you feel nothing when attacked. The Buddha was human. He heard every word Akosa said. But he didn't let those words define him because he knew who he was independent of anyone else's assessment. That knowing is what made compassion possible even towards someone actively trying to harm him. When you know your own worth, when you're grounded in accurate understanding of who you are and what you're doing, other people's attacks lose their power to devastate you. They can still hurt. Words can always hurt, but they can't destroy your fundamental sense of self. And when they can't destroy you, you're free to respond with compassion instead of defense. Akosa left that encounter transformed, not because the Buddha convinced him intellectually or defeated him in argument, but because he experienced something he'd never encountered, being met with compassion when he offered hatred. That experience showed him a different possibility for how to be in the world. You create that same possibility every time you refuse to accept hatred that's offered to you, every time you respond to attack with clarity instead of counterattack. You show the person attacking you that there's another way, even if they can't receive that teaching in the moment. The Buddha's response worked with Akosa because Akosa was ready to see something different. Not everyone who attacks you will be ready. Some people will take your compassion as weakness and attack harder. Some will never understand that you're declining their offering rather than being too stupid or weak to respond. That's their journey, not yours. Your responsibility is to know when you're being offered poison and to decline it clearly, to see the suffering behind the attack and respond to that rather than to the surface hostility. To protect yourself practically while maintaining compassion for the person who's trying to harm you. None of this is easy, but it's possible, and it's the only way to break cycles of harm that would otherwise continue forever. Compassion protects us not by making us invulnerable to attack, but by preventing us from accepting attacks as truth about who we are. When someone offers you their hatred and you decline to take possession of it, you remain free while they remain trapped in the suffering they were trying to share. That freedom is what allows you to respond with genuine care for their well-being, even when they're actively trying to hurt you. Compassion protects us, but who should we surround ourselves with on this path? That question leads to the 8th lesson, understanding how the people around you shape who you become. In ancient times, there was a navigator named Suparaga, whose knowledge of the seas was unmatched in all the kingdoms. He could read the stars, interpret the color of water, smell approaching storms, and guide ships safely through passages that had destroyed countless vessels before. Merchants who sailed with Suparaga always returned with their cargo intact, while those who ignored his guidance often vanished into the ocean, never to be seen again. One year, a group of merchants organized an expedition to distant lands where precious gems and rare spices could be acquired for enormous profit. They invited Suparaga to navigate, and he agreed on one condition: they must follow his instructions completely, even when those instructions seemed strange or when they disagreed with his judgment. The merchants, knowing his reputation, accepted these terms. The journey began smoothly. Suparaga guided them through familiar waters, timing their departure to catch favorable winds, avoiding reefs that appeared on no maps, steering clear of currents that pulled unwary ships off course. The merchants congratulated themselves on hiring such skilled guidance. But several weeks into the voyage, they entered waters Suparaga recognized as dangerous beyond anything most sailors ever encountered. One morning, he noticed the water ahead beginning to glow with a strange, reddish light. He immediately ordered the crew to stop rowing and let the ship drift backward with the current. The merchants protested. "We're making good time," they argued. "The weather is perfect. The wind is favorable. Why would we stop now?" Suparaga pointed at the glowing water ahead. "That is the Sea of Fire," he said quietly. "The water itself burns there, hot enough to boil the flesh off your bones. We must go around, even if it adds weeks to our journey." Some merchants wanted to investigate, to see for themselves whether this legendary danger was real or just superstition. But they'd agreed to follow Suparaga's guidance, so reluctantly they ordered the crew to turn the ship and take the longer route he recommended. As they sailed past at a safe distance, they saw steam rising from water that bubbled and churned with heat that would indeed have killed them all. Days later, Suparaga noticed the dolphins and fish that usually accompanied their journey suddenly disappear. The water turned an unusual shade of dark blue, almost black. Again, he ordered the ship to change course immediately. Again, the merchants questioned him. "The water looks fine," they said. "We see no danger." "That is the Sea of Demons," Suparaga explained. "Creatures live in those depths that will drag ships down to feed on the crew. You cannot see them until it's too late, but the absence of normal sea life tells me they're there." This time, having seen the reality of the Sea of Fire, the merchants trusted his warning without argument. They sailed around the dangerous waters, and though they saw nothing that confirmed Suparaga's claim, they later met another ship that had ignored similar warnings. That ship had lost half its crew to something in the dark waters before escaping. The journey continued with Suparaga warning of dangers the merchants couldn't see and couldn't have anticipated on their own. Time after time, his guidance saved them from disaster. When they finally reached their destination, acquired their precious cargo, and returned home safely, the merchants understood something profound. Their survival had depended entirely on choosing to follow someone who knew things they didn't know and could see dangers they couldn't see. The Buddha told this story to illustrate what he considered the most important factor in spiritual development: the people you choose to travel with. Not just any companions, but those who have navigated these waters before and can guide you past the dangers you don't yet recognize. In the Buddha's teaching, spiritual friendship Having wise companions who support your growth is not just helpful, it's essential. He said that good friends are the entire spiritual life, not just part of it. Everything else depends on whether you're traveling with people who lift you toward wisdom or drag you towards suffering. Think about the people you spend the most time with right now. Are they like Suparaga, guiding you past dangers you don't yet see? Or are they like merchants who would have sailed straight into the sea of fire because they couldn't imagine water could burn? The people around you shape who you become, whether you notice it or not. Spend time with people who complain constantly, and you'll find yourself complaining more. Spend time with people who see obstacles as interesting challenges, and you'll start seeing your own difficulties differently. Spend time with people who lie casually, and you'll notice your own relationship with truth becoming more flexible. Spend time with people who keep their word, and you'll find yourself becoming more reliable. This isn't about moral judgment or thinking you're better than anyone else. It's about recognizing that you're influenced by your environment in ways you often don't consciously register. The merchants didn't become better navigators by sailing with Suparaga, but they became people who made better choices because they had access to his wisdom. The question is, who has access to wisdom that you need? And are you actually listening to them? You probably have people in your life right now who see things more clearly than you do in certain areas. Maybe they've been through difficulties you're currently facing. Maybe they've developed skills you're trying to build. Maybe they have perspective on your blind spots that you can't see from inside your own mind. Are you following their guidance like the merchants followed Suparaga? Or are you dismissing their warnings because you can't yet see the dangers they're pointing to? But there's another side to this teaching that's equally important. Are you traveling with people who will actually follow wise guidance? Or are you surrounded by people who insist on sailing into every sea of fire to prove to themselves that it's real? Some people reject good advice reflexively. They have to learn everything the hard way, have to touch every hot stove personally, have to experience every consequence directly before they'll believe it exists. These people are exhausting companions on any journey because they constantly steer the group toward preventable disasters. The merchants in the story were wise not just because they hired Suparaga, but because they'd agreed in advance to follow his guidance, even when they didn't understand it. That agreement, that willingness to trust someone who knows more than you do, is what made their safe passage possible. Who in your life keeps steering toward obvious dangers despite being warned? Who keeps making the same mistakes while ignoring everyone who tries to help them see the pattern? These people need compassion, but you don't need to be on their ship when it sails into the sea of fire. The Buddha was blunt about this. If you want to develop wisdom, you need to limit time with people who actively oppose wisdom. Not because they're bad people, but because their influence is strong and you're more susceptible to it than you think. This is especially true for people who mock your attempts to grow. When you try to break a harmful habit and someone laughs at you for trying, that's not neutral. When you set a boundary and someone pressures you to abandon it, that's not harmless. When you're working towards something difficult and someone constantly tells you it's pointless, that's not just their opinion, it's actively working against your development. The merchants could have brought people on their journey who second-guessed every decision Superaga made, who insisted on investigating every danger personally, who treated his expertise as just one opinion among many. If they had, some of those people would have died in the sea of fire, and their deaths might have caused others to lose faith in Superaga's guidance. By being selective about who came on the journey, they protected not just themselves, but the integrity of the guidance itself. You need to be equally selective, not in a harsh or judgmental way, but in a clear recognition that your time and energy are finite. Every hour you spend with someone who drags you down is an hour you're not spending with someone who could help you grow. This doesn't mean abandoning people who are struggling. Superaga guided the merchants even though they didn't have his knowledge or skill. The difference is that they wanted to learn, they were willing to follow guidance, they recognized their own limitations, and trusted someone who could see further than they could. People who are struggling but genuinely trying to grow are different from people who are content to stay stuck and want you to stay stuck with them. The first group needs support and guidance. The second group needs to experience the consequences of their choices before they'll consider changing, and you can't do that work for them. Look at the last 5 people you spent significant time with. After being with them, did you feel more capable or less? More hopeful or more cynical? More clear about what matters or more confused? More energized to tackle your challenges or more drained and discouraged? Your nervous system is responding to these people at a level below conscious awareness. Their energy affects your energy. Their perspective influences your perspective. Their habits become your habits through a process of unconscious mimicry that no amount of willpower can completely override. The Buddha taught that association with wise people is like living in a sandalwood forest. Even if you're just a normal tree, you'll absorb the fragrance. Association with unwise people is like living near a fish market. Even if you're fresh to start with, you'll absorb the smell. You're absorbing something from everyone you spend time with. The question is what you want to absorb and from whom. Superaga couldn't have guided the merchants if they'd refused to let him. His knowledge was useless to people who wouldn't listen. Similarly, the wisest people in the world can't help you if you're not actually open to their guidance. So the teaching has 2 parts. Choose companions who have wisdom you need and actually be someone who can receive guidance when it's offered. The merchants succeeded because they did both. Who in your life right now is like Superaga? Who sees things you don't see? Who has successfully navigated waters you're just entering? who offers guidance that seems strange but comes from genuine experience? Are you listening to them, or are you so convinced you know better that you're sailing straight toward dangers they're trying to help you avoid? And equally important, are you surrounded by people who trust good guidance when they receive it? Or are you traveling with people who insist on personally confirming every danger before they'll believe it's real? The quality of your journey depends on both. Good guidance available, but not followed, doesn't save anyone. Willingness to follow guidance but no access to wisdom means learning everything the hard way. You need both, wise companions and the humility to actually trust them when they warn you about dangers you can't yet see. Good friends guide us past dangers we don't recognize and toward possibilities we haven't imagined. But what about giving to others? That's the 9th lesson, and it reveals something counterintuitive about the relationship between giving and receiving. There was a boy named Gosaka who had no parents and no home of his own. When his mother and father died, distant relatives took him in, not out of love, but because no one else would, and they didn't want the shame of leaving a child to starve in the streets. From the moment he arrived, they made clear he was a burden they resented carrying. They housed him in a corner of the storage shed where grain was kept. They fed him scraps left over after everyone else had eaten, and only enough to keep him alive for the work they demanded. While the family's own children attended school and played, Gosaka worked from before sunrise until after dark, hauling water, grinding grain, cleaning, doing whatever tasks the adults considered too menial for their own children. He owned one ragged piece of cloth for clothing. He had no shoes. He slept on bare ground. The family never called him by his name, only boy or you there, as if giving him a name would acknowledge he was human rather than just unpaid labor. One day, after Gosaka had worked since dawn without rest, the family finally gave him his daily meal, a small bowl of rice, gruel so thin you could see through it, with no vegetables, no spice, nothing but grain and water boiled together. It was barely enough to sustain someone his age who did heavy physical work on the deck, but it was all he would get until the next morning. Gosaka took the bowl and walked to a quiet corner to eat. He was raising the first spoonful to his mouth when he saw a monk walking past on his arms round. The monk carried his bowl carefully, and from his measured pace and calm demeanor, Gosaka could see this was someone who had dedicated his life to understanding suffering and its end. Something shifted in Gosaka's chest. Here was a person trying to find freedom for all beings, walking past right now, and Gosaka had something he could offer. It didn't matter that what he had was barely enough for himself. It didn't matter that if he gave it away, he would go hungry until tomorrow morning's meager portion. It didn't matter that the monk hadn't asked for anything, or even looked in his direction Gosaka stood up and approached the monk. "Venerable sir," he said quietly, holding out his bowl of thin gruel, "please accept this offering." The monk looked at the boy, ragged, thin, clearly in poverty himself, at the watery gruel that was obviously his only meal. "This is your food," the monk said gently. "You need it more than I do." But Gosaka insisted. "I want to give this," he said. "Please don't refuse it." There was something in the boy's eyes that made the monk understand this wasn't about the food itself. This was about a heart that wanted to give despite having almost nothing, that found joy in generosity, even from a position of complete poverty. The monk accepted the offering with a blessing, and Gosaka watched him walk away, carrying the thin gruel that had been meant to sustain a child through another day of hard labor. Gosaka felt no regret. His stomach was empty, but his chest felt full, almost warm, in a way he'd never experienced before. For the first time since his parents died, he felt like himself, rather than just a burden other people had to carry. The act of giving freely, expecting nothing in return, had returned something to him that poverty and mistreatment had almost taken away, his own sense of worth, independent of what others thought of him. That night, Gosaka died suddenly in his sleep. His young body, weakened by years of poor food and hard labor, simply couldn't continue. The family found him in the morning and felt nothing but relief. One less mouth to feed, one less problem to manage. But according to the teaching, Gosaka's consciousness didn't end there. The final intentional act of his life had been pure generosity with no thought of return, and that consciousness, shaped by that final act of open-hearted giving, continued into a rebirth in one of the heaven realms, where beings experience the results of their most powerful kusala actions. The Buddha used Gosaka's story to teach about true generosity, not the giving that expects return, not the charity that comes with attached strings, not the donations made to look good or feel superior, but the giving that arises from genuine wish for others' well-being regardless of personal cost. Gosaka had every reason not to give. He was hungry. He would remain hungry. He had no guarantee of tomorrow's meal. He owed the monk nothing. No one would know if he kept the food for himself. But he gave anyway because something in him recognized that giving freely was more valuable than keeping fearfully. This is completely opposite to how most people operate. Most giving is transactional. You give money to receive tax deductions, give time to build your resume, give favors to create obligations others must repay, give gifts to receive gratitude and recognition. Even when you don't consciously think this way, there's usually some expectation lurking underneath the generosity. Watch what happens in your mind when you give something and the person doesn't respond the way you expected. You help someone, and they don't thank you adequately. Notice the irritation that arises. You give someone a gift, and they seem underwhelmed. Notice the deflation you feel. You do someone a favor, and they don't offer to reciprocate. Notice the sense of being used. These reactions reveal that your giving wasn't actually free. It came with invisible strings attached, expectations you may not have been aware of until they weren't met. You thought you were being generous, but you were actually making an investment you expected would pay returns. Gosaka's giving had no strings because he had no position to bargain from. He couldn't give in order to look good. He was already at the bottom of social hierarchy, with no status to protect. He couldn't give to create obligation. He had no power to collect on debts. He couldn't give to feel superior. He was giving to a monk from a position of complete poverty. All he could do was give because he wanted to give, and that pure motivation made all the difference. Most people live with a scarcity mindset that makes true generosity nearly impossible. The belief is that there's not enough money, time, love, recognition, resources, so you must hoard what you have and only give when the return is guaranteed to be worth more than what you gave. This mindset turns every relationship into a transaction and every interaction into a calculation. You keep score in friendships. You track who called last, who paid for dinner, who did more emotional labor in the conversation. When the ledger feels unbalanced, you pull back, give less. Wait for the other person to even things up before you'll invest more. This isn't friendship. It's a business arrangement where both parties are trying to make sure they're not getting cheated. You keep score in families. You remember every sacrifice you made for your children or parents or siblings, and you expect those sacrifices to be acknowledged, appreciated, and eventually repaid. When people don't reciprocate the way you think they should, resentment builds and relationships deteriorate into silent battles over who owes whom what. You keep score in work. You do exactly what you're paid to do and nothing more, carefully measuring your effort against your compensation, making sure you never give the company more than they're giving you. This protects you from exploitation, yes, but it also keeps you trapped in resentment because you're constantly monitoring whether you're being treated fairly rather than focusing on the work itself. The scarcity mindset assumes that giving diminishes you. If you give something away, you have less. So you must be careful about when and how much you give. But Gosaka discovered what generous people throughout history have discovered. Giving from the heart actually increases something in you that matters more than what you gave away. When he handed his bowl to the monk, Gosaka lost his only meal. That's real. His stomach remained empty, but he gained a sense of agency he didn't have before, the experience of choosing freely rather than just enduring what others forced on him. He gained connection to something larger than his own survival. He gained the direct experience that even in complete poverty, he still had something valuable to offer. These gains aren't material, can't be deposited in a bank, won't pay rent or buy food, but they're real nonetheless, and they change how you move through the world. People who learn to give freely develop a different relationship to life than people who give only transactionally. They're less afraid because they've proven to themselves that giving doesn't destroy them. They're less resentful because they're not keeping score of who owes them what. They're more connected because generosity builds genuine relationship in ways transaction never can. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat or giving away everything you need to survive. Gosaka gave his meal in that specific moment because something in him recognized it as right action. He wasn't giving away every meal, every day, in some self-destructive pattern. He was responding to a genuine impulse toward generosity in a moment when that response felt true. The teaching is about the quality of giving, not the quantity. Gosaka gave everything he had in that moment, but what made the giving transformative wasn't the amount, it was the complete absence of expectation for return. You can give large amounts with strings attached, and it creates nothing but obligation. You can give small amounts with an open heart, and it creates genuine connection. Notice what you're expecting when you give anything: money, time, attention, help, gifts, favors. Are you expecting gratitude, reciprocation, recognition, a feeling of being a good person? These expectations aren't wrong, but they're not free giving. They're investments disguised as generosity. True giving, the kind Gosaka demonstrated, expects nothing and therefore can't be disappointed. You give because you want to give, and whether the person receives it well or poorly, thanks you or doesn't, reciprocates or doesn't, none of that changes the fact that you gave freely. The completion is in the giving itself, not in what comes after. This is incredibly difficult for people raised in transactional culture to understand. Everything in modern society teaches you to maximize return on investment, to never give without getting, to make sure every exchange benefits you at least as much as it benefits others. The idea of giving with genuinely no expectation of return seems naive, even stupid. But Gosaka's transformation from enslaved orphan to someone reborn in a heaven realm, according to the teaching, came from exactly that naive, stupid generosity. He gave everything expecting nothing, and the act itself liberated something in him that no amount of strategic transaction could have touched. Generosity transforms us, not because we gain material rewards, but because the act of giving freely changes our relationship to having and not having. When you can give from a place of genuine openness, You're no longer imprisoned by fear of scarcity. You're operating from recognition that what you have is enough to share, that your security doesn't depend on hoarding, that connection matters more than accumulation. But can anyone truly awaken to this? Can anyone develop the wisdom and freedom that allows for this kind of generosity? That question leads to the final lesson: understanding your own capacity for transformation. In the rigid caste system of ancient India, there was a category of people considered so impure that their very shadow was thought to contaminate anyone it touched. These outcasts lived on the edges of towns, forbidden to use the same wells as others, banned from entering temples, relegated to the most degrading work that higher castes refused to do. Among these outcasts was a man named Solpaka, and even by outcast standards, his position was considered particularly low. Solpaka survived by collecting garbage that others threw away. He ate scraps that dogs wouldn't touch, wore rags he found in refuse heaps, slept in the open air because no structure would house him. When people of higher castes saw him approaching on the road, they would cross to the other side or turn back entirely to avoid the pollution they believed his presence carried. He'd lived his entire life being told, through 1,000 daily rejections, that he was fundamentally less than human. One day, the Buddha was walking through the town where Solpaka lived. Solpaka saw him from a distance, a respected teacher, surrounded by devoted followers, and immediately moved to get out of the way. He knew his place. Holy men were not for people like him. His very presence near such a person would be an insult. But the Buddha stopped. To the shock of everyone present, he walked directly towards Solpaka, looked him in the eyes, and spoke to him as if he were speaking to a prince, or a merchant, or a Brahmin, as if he were speaking to a human being whose capacity for awakening was equal to anyone else's. "Do you wish to be free from suffering?" the Buddha asked. Solpaka couldn't believe he was being addressed directly. Surely this teacher didn't realize who he was talking to, didn't understand that Solpaka was untouchable, that this conversation itself was breaking fundamental rules that kept society properly ordered. "Venerable Sir," Solpaka said, his voice shaking, "I am an outcast. I am not worthy to receive teaching from you. My presence pollutes everything around me. You should not waste your words on someone like me." The Buddha's response was simple and devastating to every belief Solpaka had internalized about his own worthlessness. "Birth does not make someone pure or impure," he said. "Actions make someone pure or impure. You have the same capacity for awakening as any Brahmin, any king, any person who has ever lived. The question is whether you want to develop that capacity." These words reached something in Sopaka that decades of degradation hadn't managed to completely destroy. Some part of him had always suspected that the caste system's judgments were arbitrary, that his circumstances of birth didn't actually determine his worth as a conscious being. But he'd never heard anyone in authority say it out loud, never had his intuition validated by someone the world respected. The Buddha began teaching Sopaka right there on the road, in front of everyone. The other monks protested. Surely, the teacher couldn't mean to accept an outcast as a student. Higher caste people who'd been following the Buddha's teaching began to drift away, scandalized that he would pollute his teaching by giving it to someone they considered subhuman. The Buddha ignored all objections and continued teaching Sopaka with the same attention and care he gave to his most promising students. And Sopaka, freed from the belief that he was inherently incapable of understanding, received the teaching with a mind unclouded by the arrogance that sometimes prevented more educated students from seeing clearly. Within a remarkably short time, Sopaka achieved full enlightenment. The man society had declared permanently polluted became completely free from the mental defilements that actually pollute consciousness: greed, hatred, and delusion. The man who'd been told his entire life he was less than human demonstrated the highest human capacity, complete awakening to the nature of reality and the end of suffering. The Buddha used Sopaka's achievement to teach something that threatened the entire social order. Awakening is possible for anyone, regardless of birth, social status, education, past actions, or any other external circumstance. The capacity for enlightenment is inherent in consciousness itself, not granted by social position or accumulated merit. This teaching is directly relevant to how you see your own capacity for transformation. You probably don't live in a rigid caste system, but you've internalized other beliefs about why awakening isn't available to someone like you. Maybe you think you're not smart enough. You've seen people who seem to grasp spiritual concepts easily, while you struggle to understand basic teachings. You conclude that enlightenment is for naturally gifted people, not for someone with your limited intelligence. This is the same error the society made about Sopaka, confusing external circumstances with internal capacity. Maybe you think your past disqualifies you. You've done things you're ashamed of, hurt people you can't make amends to, made choices you can't undo. You believe that awakening is for people with clean records, not for someone with your history. But Sopaka's past didn't prevent his awakening. What mattered was his present intention and effort. Maybe you think you're too damaged. Trauma, mental illness, addiction, chronic pain. You carry burdens that seem incompatible with the peace and clarity that awakening represents. You imagine enlightenment is for people who start from a baseline of okay, not for someone starting from your level of difficulty. But the Buddha's teaching is specifically for people who are suffering, not for people who've transcended suffering through favorable circumstances. Maybe you think you're too ordinary. Awakening seems like something for extraordinary people, monks who dedicate their entire lives, mystics who have visions, teachers with decades of practice. You're just a regular person with a job and bills and relationships, trying to get through each day. How could someone like you possibly achieve what seems reserved for spiritual elites? But Sopaka was the opposite of elite. He was literally the lowest person in a society built on hierarchy. He had no education, no resources, no social support, advantages of any kind. What he had was the same thing you have: consciousness capable of understanding and transforming itself. The Buddha's teaching to Sopaka applies equally to you. Your capacity for awakening has nothing to do with your circumstances and everything to do with whether you're willing to do the work of understanding and transformation. This isn't motivational rhetoric meant to make you feel better temporarily. It's observation of how consciousness actually works. The mechanisms that create suffering operate the same way in every mind, regardless of external circumstances. Therefore, the practices that end suffering work the same way in every mind, regardless of external circumstances. Sopaka didn't need special modifications to the teaching because of his outcast status. He needed the same understanding of impermanence, suffering, and non-self that every other student needed. His poverty didn't require different teachings about craving. His social rejection didn't require modified practices for dealing with aversion. The fundamentals were the same because consciousness is the same regardless of what circumstances surround it. What prevented Sopaka from receiving teaching wasn't his actual capacity, it was his belief that he didn't have capacity. He'd internalized society's judgment that people like him couldn't and shouldn't seek liberation. The Buddha's first teaching to him wasn't about meditation or mindfulness or ethical conduct. It was about correcting the fundamental error in how Sopaka saw himself. You're making a similar error right now, not because you're stupid or because your self-assessment is accurate, but because you've internalized judgments about who gets to awaken and who doesn't. These judgments didn't come from direct observation of consciousness. They came from cultural messages, past failures, comparing yourself to others, and the voice in your head that insists you're different from people who've successfully transformed. That voice is lying, not maliciously, but accurately. It's lying. You're not fundamentally different from anyone who's ever awakened. You have the same basic consciousness, operating under the same basic principles. What you suffer from, greed, hatred, delusion, the belief that happiness comes from getting what you want and avoiding what you don't want, is exactly what everyone else suffers from. The practices that free others from this suffering will free you from this suffering if you actually do them. Not might free you, not could free you if circumstances were different, but will free you because the relationship between practice and freedom is causal, not conditional on external factors. Sophaka proved this by achieving complete enlightenment despite having every disadvantage society could impose. If awakening required favorable circumstances, he never would have achieved it. If it required high birth, extensive education, material resources, or social support, he was permanently disqualified. But it required none of those things. It required understanding and practice, both of which were available to him the moment the Buddha offered teaching, and he was willing to receive it. The same is true for you. Understanding is available. You're receiving it right now, in these 10 lessons. Practice is available. You can begin immediately with whatever circumstance you're currently in. The question isn't whether you have capacity for awakening. The question is whether you believe you have that capacity enough to actually make the effort. Most people don't fail at transformation because they lack ability. They fail because they don't believe they have ability, so they never commit fully to the practices that would develop it. They dabble, they try half-heartedly, they give up at the first difficulty because some part of them was waiting to fail anyway, expecting to confirm what they already believed about their limitations. Sophaka didn't have that option. The Buddha's direct teaching to him, "You have the same capacity as anyone," meant he either had to try fully or reject what was being offered. He chose to try fully, and that full effort revealed capacities he didn't know he had, because society had spent his entire life convincing him those capacities didn't exist. What would change in your practice if you fully believed you had the capacity for awakening, not hoped you might have it, not suspected it was theoretically possible, but knew with certainty that the same potential that allowed Sophaka to achieve enlightenment exists in you right now? You'd probably practice differently. You'd take the teachings more seriously, instead of treating them as interesting ideas to consider. You'd actually do the practices consistently, instead of waiting until you feel motivated or circumstances are perfect. You'd work through difficulties instead of using them as evidence that this path isn't for you. The Buddha's teaching to Sophaka, and through him to everyone who's ever felt disqualified from awakening, is radically inclusive. If you have consciousness, you have the capacity to understand and transform that consciousness. Period. No exceptions, no prerequisites, beyond willingness to practice. This doesn't mean awakening is easy or fast, or that effort doesn't matter. It means the barriers are in your understanding and habits, not in your fundamental nature. Change understanding and habits, and awakening becomes accessible regardless of every other factor in your life. Saparka's achievement didn't change the caste system or improve his circumstances. He was still an outcast in society's eyes, still treated as untouchable by most people. But he was completely free internally because he'd realized what the Buddha kept pointing to. Your worth and your capacity for peace don't depend on external circumstances or other people's judgments. You can realize this too, not by becoming someone different, not by fixing everything that's wrong with your life, not by earning the right through years of perfect practice. By recognizing that the capacity is already present, has always been present, is present right now, regardless of what you believe about yourself. These 10 lessons have guided millions of people over 25 centuries. They've worked for people with every advantage and people with none. They've worked for the educated and the illiterate, the healthy and the sick, the young and the old, people from every culture and circumstance imaginable. They can guide you too, not because you're special, but because you're human. And these teachings address the fundamental nature of human consciousness, regardless of individual variation. The path is simple, even when it's not easy. Practice the middle way, see things clearly, understand karma, live fully, take small steps, speak wisely, answer hatred with compassion, choose good companions, give freely, and know you can awaken. Start wherever you are, with whatever you have, knowing that your capacity is sufficient for the journey ahead. Ten lessons from a man who sat beneath a tree and saw clearly how suffering works and how it ends. Balance instead of extremes, clear seeing instead of distorted perception, understanding that actions have consequences you can't escape, living each day as if it matters because it does, building wisdom through consistent small steps rather than dramatic gestures, speaking truthfully and listening without filters, meeting hatred with compassion that protects you from accepting poison, choosing companions who guide you past dangers you don't yet see, giving without keeping score, knowing you have the capacity to awaken regardless of what you've been told about your limitations. These aren't religious commandments or spiritual ideals to admire from a distance. They're observations about how your mind creates suffering and how to stop creating it. The Buddha tested them in his own experience before teaching anyone else. Millions of people across centuries have tested them since and found them accurate. You can test them too, not by believing anything, but by practicing and observing what happens. Start with one lesson, whichever one speaks most directly to your current struggle. Practice it until you see results, then move to the next. The teachings are already complete. They're waiting for you to complete them through practice. Everything you need to transform suffering into freedom is here, has always been here, will always be here. The only question is whether you'll begin. Breathe. Rest. When you're ready, take the first step.
Your inspiration, shared instantly. Your aura is limitless.
Dear Acorns, I was 19 when I got pregnant. I worked 3 jobs at once to keep us afloat. I never thought I could afford to invest until I found Acorns. My name is Taryn Thompson. This is my Acorns potential.
There's a specific kind of suffering that happens when someone doesn't choose you. You know this pain, the replaying of conversations, the questions that circle endlessly, the quiet wondering what you did wrong. And beneath it all, the ache that won't quite leave. Why wasn't I enough? Here's what most people miss. If someone doesn't choose you and you stay anyway, hoping, waiting, trying to earn what should be freely given, the suffering isn't coming from them anymore. It's coming from you. Not because you're broken or weak, but because you're doing something the Buddha warned against 25 centuries ago. He called it attachment. Not love, attachment. The quiet force that keeps you reaching for what's already gone, that turns care into craving, that makes you negotiate with reality instead of seeing it clearly. And here's the compassionate truth. You weren't taught how to recognize this. No one showed you the difference between loving someone and clinging to them. You're suffering not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something human, something every person does until they learn another way. Tonight, 11 authentic Buddhist stories that reveal exactly what attachment is, where it comes from, and how it finally releases. Not harsh lessons, but mirrors, encounters with this same pain and the wisdom that transformed it. If it feels right, share where you're listening from below. The first teaching begins now. When someone doesn't choose you, your mind does something automatic. It starts searching. You replay the last conversation, looking for the moment things shifted. You analyze text messages for hidden meanings. You wonder if you said too much or not enough, if you were too available or not present enough, if you gave too much or held back too long. The questions multiply faster than you can answer them, and beneath every question sits one deeper ache. What's wrong with me? This isn't overthinking. This is suffering, trying to understand itself. And here's what makes it so exhausting. You're not just hurting from their absence. You're hurting from the story your mind is building about what their absence means. 25 centuries ago, a monk named Vakali understood this suffering in a way that might surprise you. Vakali wasn't rejected by a romantic partner. He wasn't passed over for a position or abandoned by a friend. Vakali's attachment was to someone who actually cared for him deeply, the Buddha himself. Vakali had become a monk for one reason. He found the Buddha's physical presence so compelling that he couldn't bear to be away from it. The way the Buddha moved, the calm in his face, the grace in his gestures, Vakali was transfixed. He would position himself where he could watch the Buddha throughout the day. He memorized every detail of the Buddha's appearance. His entire practice became about proximity to this one person. The other monks noticed. They saw how Vakali barely meditated, rarely studied, hardly engaged with the teachings. He was physically present in the monastery, but mentally consumed with watching, waiting, making sure he could see the Buddha as much as possible. Then something shifted. The Buddha began spending more time in solitude, teaching smaller groups, traveling to remote areas. Vakali's access to him diminished. And as it did, Vakali became ill. Not with a disease you could diagnose. His body grew weak from an ache that had no physical source. He couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't find peace anywhere. The monastery's physicians examined him and found nothing wrong, yet Vakali continued to deteriorate. He withdrew to a small dwelling on Vulture Peak, too sick to function, too consumed with longing to recover. When word reached the Buddha that Vakali was dying, he went to see him. Imagine that moment. Vakali, wasted from months of suffering, suddenly seeing the person he'd been craving standing in his doorway. The relief must have been overwhelming. Finally, after all that absence, here was the presence he needed. But what the Buddha said next changed everything Vakali understood about his suffering. Vakali, what is there to see in this foul body? The Buddha's voice was gentle but direct. This body is subject to decay, to death, to dissolution. Why do you waste your energy clinging to it? Then he said the words that would become one of Buddhism's most important teachings. One who sees the Dhamma sees me. One who sees me sees the Dhamma. Vakali had been suffering not because the Buddha was absent, but because he was clinging to the wrong thing. He thought he needed the Buddha's physical presence. He thought his peace depended on being near this person, on seeing him, on having access to him. But the Buddha was pointing to something Vakali had missed entirely. What he actually needed wasn't a person, it was understanding. The teaching wasn't in the Buddha's face or form. It was in the truth the Buddha embodied, the wisdom he taught, the way of seeing reality clearly that he demonstrated. All of that was available to Vakali, whether the Buddha was physically present or not. But Vakali had made the Buddha into something he needed in order to be okay. And that need, that insistence that his well-being depended on someone else's proximity, was creating his suffering. This is where the Buddha's teaching on dukkha becomes painfully clear. Dukkha is the Pali word, usually translated as suffering, but it means something more specific than just pain. It's the friction that arises when you insist reality be different from what it is. When someone doesn't choose you, there's pain. That's natural. Loss hurts. Rejection stings. Loneliness aches. These are unavoidable parts of being human, of caring about connection in a world where nothing stays the same. But suffering, dukkha, is what happens when you take that natural pain and add insistence to it. You insist they should have chosen you. You insist the connection should have lasted. You insist that their absence means something terrible about your worth. You insist that you can't be okay without them, that your peace depends on them returning, that life won't make sense until they see your value. Every insistence creates friction. Every should rubs against what is. And that friction, that constant mental argument with reality, is where suffering multiplies far beyond the original pain. Vakali's body was healthy. The Buddha still existed in the world. The teachings were still available. But Vakali had convinced himself that none of that mattered if he couldn't have the Buddha in the specific way he wanted. The suffering wasn't coming from the Buddha's absence. It was coming from Vakali's relationship to that absence. This is the part most people miss when they're not chosen. You think the pain is about them, their decision, their absence, their apparent indifference. And yes, there's real pain in not being chosen. That pain is valid. It's human. It matters. But the suffering that keeps you up at night, that makes you check your phone compulsively, that has you rehearsing conversations and analyzing every interaction that's not coming from them anymore. That's coming from what your mind is doing with their absence. Your mind is doing what Vakali's mind did. It's taking a person and turning them into a condition for your peace. It's insisting that you can't be okay without them choosing you. It's making their decision into a verdict about your worth, rather than information about compatibility, timing, or their own capacity. The Buddha told Vakali something crucial. This body is subject to decay, to death, to dissolution. He wasn't being morbid. He was pointing to impermanence, the truth that everything changes, including people, including feelings, including circumstances. When you make your peace dependent on something impermanent, someone's feelings, someone's choice, someone's presence, you're building on unstable ground. Not because the person is bad, or because caring is wrong, but because impermanence is the nature of all conditioned things. People change their minds, feelings shift, circumstances evolve. What felt certain becomes uncertain. What felt permanent reveals itself as temporary. None of this is personal. None of this is punishment. This is just how reality works. But when you don't understand this, when you take impermanence personally, it feels like something is wrong with you. Vakali thought something was wrong with him when the Buddha spent less time visible to the monks. He didn't understand that the Buddha was simply doing what the Buddha needed to do, teaching, practicing, responding to circumstances as they arose. The Buddha's schedule had nothing to do with Vakali's worth, but Vakali had made it about his worth. He'd made the Buddha's presence into proof that he mattered, and the Buddha's absence into evidence that he didn't. You might be doing the same thing right now. Someone's decision not to choose you might have nothing to do with your value and everything to do with where they are, what they're capable of, what they're seeing or not seeing in their own life. But your mind takes their decision and turns it into a story about what's wrong with you. The Buddha's response to Vakali wasn't to convince him that he was worthy of being watched. It wasn't to spend more time with him or validate his need for proximity. The Buddha's response was to point Vakali toward a different relationship with presence and absence altogether. One who sees the Dharma sees me. What the Buddha was offering wasn't more access to his physical form. He was offering something that couldn't be taken away by distance or time, or changing circumstances. He was offering understanding. Understanding doesn't require someone else's cooperation. Understanding doesn't disappear when someone walks away. Understanding doesn't depend on being chosen, validated, or confirmed by another person. Understanding is what remains when everything else becomes impermanent. And what Vakali needed to understand was simple but profound. His suffering wasn't being created by the Buddha's absence. His suffering was being created by his insistence that the Buddha's presence was necessary for his peace. The moment Vakali heard those words, "One who sees the Dhamma sees me," something shifted. The teaching says that he immediately understood, not gradually, not over time, but in that instant. He saw what he'd been doing, mistaking the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself, mistaking the person teaching truth for truth itself, mistaking proximity to the Buddha for the peace the Buddha was pointing toward. And in seeing this clearly, his suffering ended. Not because the Buddha promised to be more available, not because Vakali's circumstances changed, but because Vakali stopped arguing with reality. He stopped insisting that his peace required the Buddha's physical presence. He stopped making the Buddha responsible for his inner state. He stopped demanding that impermanent things remain permanent. This is what the Buddha meant by the first noble truth, the truth of suffering's existence. Suffering exists not because life is unfair, or because people are cruel, or because you're not good enough to be chosen. Suffering exists because human beings have a tendency to cling to what's impermanent, to demand that changing things stay fixed, to make their peace conditional on circumstances they can't control. When someone doesn't choose you, the pain of that is real. You don't need to deny it or transcend it or spiritually bypass it. But the suffering that compounds that pain, the endless questioning, the self-blame, the desperate analyzing, the insistence that you can't be okay until they change their mind, that suffering is optional. Not easy to release, but optional. It's optional because it's being created by something you're doing internally, not by what they did externally. You're doing what Vakali did, taking a person and making them into a requirement for your peace, taking their choice and turning it into a commentary on your worth. Taking impermanence and treating it like permanence should have been possible if only you'd been enough. The teaching here isn't that you should stop caring. It's not that connection doesn't matter or that loss shouldn't hurt. The teaching is that suffering intensifies when you mistake a person for your peace, when you confuse being chosen with being whole, when you make someone else responsible for your relationship with yourself. Vakali recovered, not because the Buddha started spending more time with him, but because he stopped needing the Buddha to be different than he was. He learned to access the teaching without requiring the teacher's constant physical presence. He learned to find peace that didn't depend on circumstances aligning perfectly. He learned the difference between appreciating someone and clinging to them. And in learning that difference, he discovered something unexpected: freedom. Not freedom from caring about the Buddha, but freedom from suffering over the Buddha's absence. Not freedom from wanting connection, but freedom from making connection a condition for inner peace. This is where the path begins, not in being chosen, but in understanding why not being chosen creates the specific suffering you're experiencing. Because once you understand the mechanics of your suffering, once you see what your mind is actually doing, that creates this friction, you have a choice you didn't have before. You can keep insisting reality be different, or you can start learning to meet reality as it is. One path leads to more suffering. The other leads somewhere unexpected. But first, you need to understand what attachment actually is and why the Buddha warned against it so strongly. Most people think attachment is love taken to an extreme. They think, I love this person so much that I've become attached. I care so deeply that I can't let go. My feelings are so strong that I'm suffering when they're not here. But Buddhism makes a distinction that changes everything. Attachment isn't love grown too large. Attachment is something else entirely, something that often disguises itself as love, but operates by completely different principles. The Buddha had a half-brother named Nanda, who learned this distinction in a way he never expected. Nanda was engaged to be married to a woman named Janapada Kalyani, who was considered the most beautiful woman in the region. Nanda was deeply in love with her, or so he thought. When the Buddha returned to his home kingdom after his enlightenment, Nanda felt pulled to become a monk. Not from genuine spiritual calling, but from family pressure and social expectation. The Buddha was his half-brother after all, and there was honor in following him. So Nanda ordained. He put on the robes, shaved his head, joined the monastery, and immediately became miserable. While the other monks meditated, Nanda stared into space, thinking about Janapada Kalyani. While they studied the teachings, he replayed memories of her voice, her smile, the way she moved. While they practiced mindfulness, his mind was entirely consumed with images of her face. He couldn't eat properly because longing sat heavy in his stomach. He couldn't sleep because desire kept him awake at night. He couldn't focus on anything except the aching absence of the woman he'd left behind. The other monks noticed. They saw him performing his duties mechanically, while his mind was clearly elsewhere. They heard him sigh at random moments throughout the day. They watched him grow thin and withdrawn, going through the motions of monastic life while suffering intensely inside. One day, Nanda made a decision. He would leave the monastery and return to her. The teachings didn't matter if he couldn't have her. Enlightenment meant nothing compared to being with her again. He'd tried the spiritual path and found it empty because it didn't contain the one thing he needed, her presence. He was packing his belongings when the Buddha appeared at his door. "Come walk with me," the Buddha said simply. Nanda followed, assuming the Buddha would give him a lecture about commitment or discipline or the importance of the spiritual path. Instead, the Buddha took him to a remote hillside where they sat together in silence for a while. Then the Buddha asked a strange question. "Nanda, when you think of Janapada Kalyani, what do you see?" Nanda described her in detail. Her beauty, her grace, the way being near her made everything else fade away. The Buddha listened without judgment, then said, "I want to show you something." What happened next, the ancient texts tell us, was extraordinary. The Buddha used his meditative powers to give Nanda a vision of the celestial realms where beings called Devas lived. And in these realms, Nanda saw celestial nymphs, beings of such stunning beauty that Janapada Kalyani, by comparison, looked like a burned old monkey next to a young woman. The vision was so vivid, so overwhelming, that Nanda's entire orientation shifted instantly. Suddenly, his obsession with Janapada Kalyani seemed absurd. How could he have been so consumed with longing for her when beings of such incomparable beauty existed? His craving didn't disappear, it simply transferred to a new object. If you practice diligently, the Buddha told him, you can be reborn among these celestial beings and have 500 of these nymphs as your companions. Nanda was elated. He threw himself into practice with intense energy, but for entirely the wrong reason. He wasn't seeking understanding or liberation. He was seeking celestial nymphs. His craving had simply found a new, supposedly superior target. The other monks noticed the change in his effort and asked what had motivated him. When Nanda admitted he was practicing to gain access to celestial nymphs, they mocked him mercilessly. They called him a prostitute's wage worker, someone practicing the Dharma for the sake of sensual pleasure. Nanda was humiliated, but more than that, something in their mockery cracked open a question he hadn't been willing to ask himself. What was he actually doing? He'd been suffering over Janapada Kalyani, convinced that his peace depended on being with her. Then, shown something more beautiful, he'd immediately abandoned that craving for a new one. And now he was suffering again, this time from shame and from longing for beings he'd never even meet. The object kept changing, but the suffering remained constant. The Buddha, seeing that Nanda was finally ready, showed him one more vision. This time, not celestial realms, but hell realms. And in these realms of suffering, Nanda saw a massive cauldron being prepared. When he asked what it was for, the beings there told him, this is being prepared for the monk, Nanda, the Buddha's brother, who is practicing to gain celestial nymphs. When his merit runs out and he falls from the celestial realm, he will be cooked here for eons. The terror was visceral and immediate. But beneath the fear was something more important, a sudden, clear seeing. Nanda finally understood what the Buddha had been trying to show him all along. The problem wasn't Janapada Kalyani. The problem wasn't the celestial nymphs. The problem wasn't even the hell realms threatening him. The problem was craving itself. Tana, in Pali, the relentless thirst that kept demanding reality be different, that kept insisting happiness lived somewhere other than here, that kept making peace conditional on obtaining or avoiding something. Whether he craved his former fiancée, or celestial beings, or escape from hell, didn't matter. Craving, in any form, created the same result: suffering. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught the second noble truth. The origin of suffering is craving. Not desire itself, but a specific kind of desire, the kind that says, I cannot be at peace without this, or I cannot tolerate that. Craving has three forms, the Buddha taught. There's craving for sensual pleasure, the kind Nanda felt for Janapada Kalyani, and then for the celestial nymphs. There's craving for existence, the desperate need to be someone, to matter, to be seen and chosen and validated. And there's craving for non-existence, the wish to escape, to disappear, to not have to feel what you're feeling. All three operate the same way. They turn your peace into a transaction. They say, you can only be okay if you get this thing, or if you become this person, or if this situation finally ends. And because reality is impermanent and uncontrollable, that transaction sets you up for endless suffering. When someone doesn't choose you, craving disguises itself as reasonable thinking. It sounds like, of course, I'm suffering. They didn't choose me. Anyone would feel this way. This is a natural response to loss. And yes, pain is natural. Disappointment is human. Sadness is a valid response to not getting what you wanted. But craving adds something extra. It adds the insistence that you cannot possibly be okay without being chosen. It adds the conviction that your worth is determined by their decision. It adds the belief that peace is impossible until they change their mind, or until you find someone else, or until enough time passes that you finally stop caring. Craving takes a moment of pain and turns it into an identity. You become the person who wasn't chosen, instead of a person experiencing the pain of not being chosen right now. You make their decision into evidence about your fundamental value, instead of information about this particular situation at this particular time. And once you've done that, you're trapped. Because now you're not just dealing with the original pain, you're dealing with all the mental proliferation that craving creates. The endless analysis, the self-blame, the comparison to others who were chosen, the desperate strategizing about how to become more acceptable, the bitter narrative about how you always end up in this position. This is what Nanda finally saw. His suffering over Janapada Kalyani wasn't because she was uniquely special, or because their connection was so profound that living without it was impossible. His suffering was because he'd made his peace conditional on having her, and when that condition couldn't be met, his mind created elaborate justifications for why he should continue suffering. When the Buddha showed him the celestial nymphs, Nanda's craving immediately transferred. He didn't need time to process or grieve or work through his feelings for Janapada Kalyani. The moment a more attractive option appeared, his supposed deep love vanished and reformed around a new object. This revealed something crucial. His attachment wasn't about Janapada Kalyani at all. It was about the craving itself, looking for somewhere to land. And craving is never satisfied. Even if Nanda had married Janapada Kalyani, the craving wouldn't have ended. It would have found new forms, craving for her to be different, craving for the relationship to feel like it did in the beginning, craving for the anxiety about losing her to finally quiet down. Even if someone chooses you, craving doesn't stop. It just changes what it's craving for. This is why the Buddha taught that the problem isn't the object of desire, but the relationship to desire itself. Love, in its pure form, doesn't demand. It appreciates without clinging. It values without controlling. It wishes well-being for the other person without making that well-being a condition for your own peace. Attachment does the opposite. Attachment says, I need you to be a certain way, so I can be okay. I need you to choose me, so I can feel worthy. I need you to stay so I can feel secure. I need you to love me in the specific way I want to be loved, or else I'll suffer. Notice the I need in all of those. That's craving speaking, not love. Love can coexist with loss. You can love someone and accept that they're not choosing you. You can value connection and simultaneously recognize when connection isn't reciprocated. You can feel sadness about an ending without making that ending into a catastrophe about your worth. But craving can't coexist with anything except getting what it wants. Craving is all or nothing, black or white, now or never. And because reality rarely gives us exactly what we want, exactly when we want it, in exactly the form we want it, craving guarantees suffering. After Nanda saw the hell realms, something fundamental shifted in him. He didn't try to replace his craving for celestial nymphs with craving for something else. He didn't attempt to force himself to stop wanting what he wanted. Instead, he started investigating craving itself. He began noticing how it arose in his mind, the sudden tightening, the mental reaching, the subtle or not so subtle demand that this moment be different from what it is. He noticed how craving always came with a story. I need this because, or I can't be happy unless, or this will finally make me feel. And most importantly, he noticed that every time he believed these stories, suffering followed. Not sometimes, not occasionally, but every single time. The texts tell us that Nanda eventually became an arahant, fully enlightened, completely free from craving. Not because he got what he wanted or because he transcended all desire, but because he understood craving so thoroughly that it lost its power over him. He saw it arising anew, This is just craving. It's not truth. It's not wisdom. It's a conditioned pattern that will create suffering if I believe it and act from it. And in that seeing, in that clear recognition of what craving actually is, freedom became possible. When someone doesn't choose you, you have the same opportunity Nanda had. You can keep feeding the craving, analyzing why they didn't choose you, comparing yourself to whoever they did choose, trying to figure out how to become more acceptable, rehearsing what you should have said or done differently. Or you can start investigating the craving itself. What does it feel like in your body when you're craving their attention, their choice, their validation? Where do you feel it? In your chest, your throat, your stomach? What thoughts come with it? What stories does your mind tell about why this craving is justified or necessary or different from all other cravings? The investigation isn't about making the craving wrong. It's about seeing it clearly. Because what you see clearly loses its power to control you unconsciously. Nanda's freedom didn't come from Janapada Kalyani finally choosing him, or from obtaining celestial nymphs, or from avoiding hell. His freedom came from understanding that all of his suffering, every bit of it, was being created by his relationship to wanting, not by whether he got what he wanted. The moment you understand this in your own experience, something shifts. Not immediately, not dramatically, but definitely. You start to notice craving as it arises, rather than being consumed by it. You start to recognize the difference between genuine care and desperate grasping. You start to see that your peace doesn't actually depend on being chosen. It depends on releasing the insistence that you must be chosen in order to be okay. And once you see that clearly, the path forward becomes obvious. Not easy, but obvious. Because you finally understand what the Buddha was teaching. The problem was never that you weren't chosen. The problem was making being chosen into a requirement for your peace. And requirements, when reality doesn't meet them, create only one thing: suffering. Shortly after his enlightenment, the Buddha was traveling with a group of former fire worshippers who had become his students. These were people who had spent years conducting elaborate rituals around fire, believing that properly tending flames would bring blessings and prevent misfortune. They understood fire intimately, how it starts, what feeds it, how it spreads, how it consumes. They knew that fire was never static, always hungry, always seeking fuel. The Buddha brought them to a hillside and began teaching in language they would understand. "Monks," he said, "all is burning. Not some things, not just certain experiences, all of it. The eye is burning, forms are burning, eye consciousness is burning, eye contact is burning, Whatever feeling arises with eye contact as condition, pleasant, painful, or neither pleasant nor painful, that too is burning. He went through each sense systematically. The ear is burning, sounds are burning. The nose is burning. The tongue is burning. Tastes are burning. The body is burning. Tactile objects are burning. The mind is burning. Thoughts are burning. Everything you experience through your senses, everything you think about, everything you feel, all of it burning. The monks must have felt the weight of this teaching settling over them. They had spent years trying to control external fires, conducting rituals to appease flame, believing that if they just performed the ceremonies correctly, they could prevent burning. Now the Buddha was telling them that the real fire wasn't outside. It was internal, continuous, burning through every moment of experience. Then he asked the question that makes this teaching cut to the core. Burning with what? The monks leaned in, waiting. Burning with the fire of greed, with the fire of hatred, with the fire of delusion. Burning with birth, aging, and death, with sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. This wasn't poetry. This was description. The Buddha was naming the exact experience of internal burning that every human knows but rarely understands. And if you've ever chased someone who doesn't choose you, you know exactly what this burning feels like. Your chest burns with longing every time you think about them. Your mind burns with obsessive thinking, analyzing every interaction, every word, every silence. Your body burns with anxiety when you see they've read your message but haven't responded. There's a specific exhaustion that comes from this kind of chasing. Not the physical tiredness of running after something, but the deeper depletion of constantly reaching for what moves away, constantly hoping for what doesn't come, constantly offering yourself to someone who isn't receiving. You check your phone even though you know there won't be a message. You replay conversations looking for signs you might have missed. You adjust your behavior, your appearance, your availability, hoping that if you just get the formula right, they'll finally choose you. And beneath all of this activity is a question that burns. What do I need to do to make them see me? The Buddha's fire sermon reveals something crucial about what's actually happening when you chase. This burning isn't coming from the other person. They're not setting you on fire. You're burning from the inside, from 3 specific fires the Buddha named. The first fire is greed, the grasping, demanding quality of wanting. When you chase someone who doesn't choose you, the greed is obvious. You want them, you crave their attention, you desire their choice. This wanting feels natural, even justified. Of course you want them. They matter to you. You feel connection. You see potential. But greed in the Buddhist sense isn't just wanting. It's the insistence that you must have what you want, the refusal to accept reality when reality says no. You can want something and simultaneously accept that you don't have it. That's disappointment, which is natural and temporary. But greed adds the demand. Reality is wrong for not giving me this, and I will not accept this outcome, and I will keep reaching until I get what I want. That demand keeps the fire burning. Every text you send hoping for a different response, fuel for the fire of greed. Every time you refresh their social media to see what they're doing, more fuel. Every mental rehearsal of what you should have said or could still say, fuel. Every attempt to become more attractive, more interesting, more available, fuel. The fire grows hotter with each edition. You might notice this in your body, the tightness in your chest when you think about them, the restlessness that makes it hard to focus on anything else, the way your heart races when their name appears on your screen. This physical burning is the manifestation of greed working through your system. It's not metaphorical. Your nervous system is actually activated. Your stress hormones are elevated. Your body is in a state of constant reaching. The second fire is hatred, but not in the way you might expect. You might not think you hate the person who doesn't choose you. In fact, you probably believe you care about them deeply. But hatred in Buddhist terms isn't just anger or rage. It's aversion, the pushing away of what is. When you chase someone who doesn't choose you, you're in a constant state of aversion to reality. You're rejecting what's actually happening and insisting it should be different. This rejection burns. It creates a constant friction between what is and what you demand should be. And that friction, that refusal to accept reality as it presents itself, feeds the fire continuously. You can feel this friction in the way your mind argues with itself. One part says, they're not interested, and another part immediately counters, but maybe they're just busy, or maybe they're afraid, or maybe I just need to try one more time. This internal argument is the fire of aversion burning through your mental space. It consumes enormous energy because you're fighting with reality moment by moment, refusing to let things be as they are. Sometimes the aversion turns toward yourself. You hate that you can't let go, hate that you're still thinking about them, hate that you're behaving in ways that feel desperate or undignified. That self-directed aversion is also fuel for the fire. Every time you criticize yourself for still caring, every time you judge yourself for not being over it yet, you're adding another log to the blaze. The third fire is delusion, and this might be the most important of all. Delusion here doesn't mean you're stupid or out of touch with reality. It means you're misunderstanding something fundamental about how things work. When you chase what doesn't choose you, the delusion usually takes one of several forms. You might believe that if you just try hard enough, they'll eventually see your value. This is delusion about control, the belief that your effort can override someone else's lack of interest. You might believe that being chosen by them will solve something essential about your life. This is delusion about where peace comes from, the belief that external validation creates internal stability. You might believe that you can't be okay without them choosing you. This is delusion about your own wholeness, the belief that another person's decision determines your fundamental worth or capacity for peace. All of these delusions feed the fire because they keep you engaged with a false narrative about what's happening and what's possible. Delusion is particularly insidious because it sounds so reasonable. Your mind constructs elaborate justifications for why this situation is different, why your efforts will eventually pay off, why waiting just a little longer makes sense. But underneath all the reasonable sounding thoughts is a fundamental misunderstanding. You believe you can make someone choose you through force of will, or depth of feeling, or strategic behavior. You can't. You never could. And every moment you believe you can is a moment you're feeding the fire of delusion. The monks listening to the fire sermon understood something crucial from their years of working with actual fire. They knew that you don't need to destroy fire or fight against it. You simply stop feeding it, and it takes care of itself. Fire needs fuel to burn. Without fuel, fire goes out naturally, not because you forced it out or smothered it, but because nothing remains to feed it. When you chase what doesn't choose you, you are the one adding fuel. You're not just passively experiencing the burning, you're actively maintaining it. This is where the Buddha's teaching becomes profoundly empowering. Because if you're the one feeding the fire, you're also the one who can stop. This is the Buddha's teaching on cessation, the third noble truth. Suffering doesn't end because you achieve some special state or transcend your humanity or convince yourself not to care. Suffering ends when you stop creating it. And you stop creating it by stopping the craving and grasping that fuel it. The Buddha's teaching on fire is radical because it shows you where your power actually is. You can't control whether someone chooses you. You can't force interest where it doesn't exist. You can't make someone see you the way you want to be seen. But you can stop adding fuel to the fire that's burning you. This doesn't mean you force yourself to stop caring. It doesn't mean you suppress your feelings or pretend you're fine when you're not. It means you stop the specific actions, internal and external, that keep the fire raging. You stop checking if they've responded when you know they haven't. You stop analyzing what went wrong, as if analysis will change the outcome. You stop offering more of yourself, hoping they'll finally receive it. You stop telling yourself stories about how this will eventually work out if you just wait long enough. Each of these is a log you're throwing on the fire. When you stop throwing logs, the fire doesn't immediately go out. There's still heat, still burning, still pain. But without new fuel, the fire begins to consume what remains and naturally diminishes. Think about what happens when you actually stop checking your phone every 5 minutes. At first, the urge to check intensifies. This is the fire burning through the fuel that's already there. But if you don't add new fuel by giving in to the urge, the intensity gradually decreases. The same happens with replaying conversations or imagining scenarios where they change their mind. When you catch yourself doing it and simply stop, not by force, but by recognition, the activity naturally winds down. And here's the compassionate truth in this teaching. You're not burning because something is wrong with you. You're burning because you're human, and you were never taught how to relate to wanting without turning it into fuel. Nobody showed you the difference between appreciating someone and grasping for them. Nobody explained that you could feel disappointed without making disappointment into an identity. Nobody taught you that your peace doesn't actually depend on being chosen, even though it feels like it does. So you keep adding fuel, because that's what humans do when they don't understand the mechanics of their own suffering. The fire sermon ends with a simple instruction. When you see clearly that everything is burning with greed, hatred, and delusion, you become disenchanted with the senses, disenchanted with contact, disenchanted with feeling, disenchanted with craving. Disenchantment doesn't mean you become cynical or cold. It means you stop being enchanted by the fantasy that chasing will eventually lead to catching, that craving will eventually lead to satisfaction, that burning will eventually lead to peace. You see clearly, this doesn't work. This has never worked. This will never work. And in that clear seeing, something natural happens. Your hand stops reaching for the logs, not because someone forced it to stop, but because you finally understand that throwing logs on a fire makes it burn more, not less. When you stop chasing what doesn't choose you, the fire doesn't go out immediately. The burning continues for a while because there's still fuel that was already added. But you're no longer actively maintaining it. You're no longer checking your phone compulsively. You're no longer replaying conversations, looking for what you missed. You're no longer trying to become whoever you think they want you to be. You're simply letting the fire burn through what remains without adding more. And eventually, not immediately, but eventually, the fire goes out on its own. Not because you forced it out, or because you transcended your humanity, or because you finally stopped caring. It goes out because fire, without fuel, cannot sustain itself. This is the teaching. You don't have to extinguish the fire of suffering. You simply have to stop feeding it. Stop feeding the greed by releasing the demand that they choose you. Stop feeding the hatred by accepting reality as it is. Stop feeding the delusion by seeing clearly that your worth doesn't depend on their decision. And when you stop feeding these fires, when you finally let your hands rest instead of constantly reaching, something unexpected becomes possible. Not immediate peace, not instant relief, but the beginning of cessation. The burning starts to quiet. The exhaustion starts to lift. The obsessive thinking starts to slow. Not because anything external changed, but because you stopped maintaining the internal conditions that created the burning in the first place. The Buddha ended the fire sermon by saying that when you see this clearly, you become dispassionate, and through dispassion, you are liberated. Liberation isn't a distant spiritual state. It's what remains when you stop burning yourself with craving, aversion, and delusion. It's the natural coolness that appears when fire is no longer being fed. It's the spaciousness that emerges when your energy is no longer consumed by constant reaching. It's the clarity that becomes possible when smoke clears and you can finally see what's actually in front of you. And the path to that liberation begins the moment you recognize, I am feeding this fire and I can stop. The Buddha once told a story about a time in a previous life when he was a crow. One day, this crow found a piece of meat, not a large piece, but substantial enough to matter. The crow picked it up in its beak and flew away, pleased with its discovery. But an eagle had been watching. The eagle began chasing the crow, diving and attacking, trying to steal the meat. The crow flew as fast as it could, clutching the meat tightly in its beak, refusing to let go of what it had found. The eagle pursued relentlessly. It struck the crow with its talons, tore at the crow's wings, attacked again and again. The crow's body became battered and bloodied from the assault, but still it held on to the meat. This went on for a long time, the crow desperately trying to escape while holding the meat, the eagle violently pursuing. The crow grew exhausted from the effort of flying while being attacked, from the pain of its injuries, from the terror of being hunted. Finally, the crow could hold on no longer. Not because it chose to let go, but because it was too depleted to keep grasping. The meat fell from its beak and dropped to the ground below. And the moment the meat fell, something extraordinary happened. The eagle stopped chasing. It dove down to claim the meat on the ground and flew away, no longer interested in the crow at all. The crow, now flying without the burden of the meat and without the threat of the eagle, found itself suddenly free. The attack ceased. The pursuit ended. The terror dissolved. In that moment, the crow understood something profound. The suffering hadn't been caused by the eagle. The suffering had been caused by holding on to the meat. The Buddha ended the story by saying, "I was that crow. Attachment is the meat. Let it go." This story reveals something essential about what happens when someone doesn't choose you and you can't let go. You become like the crow, clutching tightly to something, not meat, but the idea of them, the hope of them choosing you, the fantasy of how things could be if only they would see your value. And as you hold on, you're being attacked. Not by an eagle, but by your own suffering, the obsessive thinking that won't stop, the anxiety that keeps you tense, the replaying of conversations that never brings clarity, the constant checking for messages that don't arrive. The tighter you grip, the more violent the assault becomes. But you keep holding on because you believe that letting go means losing something important. You believe that if you just hold on long enough, somehow the suffering will stop and you'll get to keep what you're clutching. What the crow discovered is what the Buddha taught repeatedly. The suffering doesn't stop until you release what you're grasping. Most people misunderstand what letting go means in Buddhism. They think it means you stop caring. They think it means you become cold or indifferent or detached in a way that makes you less human. They think it means giving up on love, on connection, on the possibility of meaningful relationship. But that's not what letting go means at all. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring about the person who didn't choose you. It means you stop making your peace conditional on them choosing you. Letting go doesn't mean you become emotionally numb. It means you stop demanding that reality be different from what it is. Letting go doesn't mean you'll never feel pain again. It means you stop creating additional suffering by arguing with the pain that's already here. The crow in the story didn't stop being a crow when it released the meat. It didn't transcend its nature or become something other than what it was. It simply stopped clutching something that was causing it to be attacked. And in that release, it found freedom, not from being a crow, but from the suffering that came from holding on. When someone doesn't choose you, there's real loss involved. You lose the possibility you imagined. You lose the future you were hoping for. You lose the connection you valued, at least in the form you wanted it to take. That loss is painful, and the pain is valid. Letting go doesn't erase that pain or make it disappear. What letting go does is stop you from adding layers of suffering on top of the pain. Think about the crow's experience. There was the meat, a real thing it had found and wanted to keep. Losing the meat involved genuine loss. The crow would go hungry, at least for a while. But the suffering, the attacks, the injuries, the exhaustion, the terror, all of that was created by holding on, not by the loss itself. When the crow released the meat, it still didn't have the meat. The loss remained, but the suffering ended. This is the distinction the Buddha kept pointing to. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is created by our relationship to pain. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, the disappointment doesn't vanish. The sadness about what might have been doesn't disappear. The grief over the ending of possibility remains for a time. But the suffering, the constant mental torture, the obsessive analysis, the self-blame, the desperate grasping for what isn't there, that can end. It ends not when circumstances change, but when you stop clutching. Most people resist letting go because they confuse it with giving up. They think, if I let go, I'm admitting defeat. I'm saying they were right not to choose me. I'm accepting that I'm not enough. But letting go has nothing to do with your worth. The crow's worth as a crow wasn't determined by whether it kept the meat. The crow was still a crow, still capable of flight, still able to search for food, still fundamentally whole, regardless of whether it held on to that particular piece of meat. Your worth as a person isn't determined by whether someone chooses you. You're still whole, still capable of connection, still fundamentally valuable, regardless of this person's decision. Letting go is simply the recognition that holding on is causing suffering without changing the outcome. The meat had already fallen to the ground in the sense that this person has already not chosen you. The reality has already happened. Holding on doesn't change what already is. It only prolongs the attack. There's also a deep fear that if you let go, you'll lose your connection to love itself. People worry. If I stop hoping for them, if I release my attachment to them choosing me, will I become someone who can't love? Will I close my heart? Will I miss out on love in the future because I've become too guarded? Buddhism teaches the opposite. Attachment closes your heart. Letting go opens it. When you're attached, when you're like the crow desperately clutching the meat while being attacked, your entire world narrows to that one thing. You can't see anything else. You can't receive anything else. You can't experience anything else fully, because all your energy is consumed by holding on and protecting yourself from the attack that holding on creates. The moment the crow released the meat, its world opened up again. It could fly freely. It could see the sky, feel the wind, notice other possibilities for food. It could return to being a crow living in the world, instead of a crow trapped in desperate clutching. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, something similar happens. Your attention, which has been completely consumed by one person and one outcome, begins to expand again. You start noticing your own life, the friendships you've been neglecting, the activities that used to bring you joy, the moments of beauty that have been happening around you while you were trapped in obsessive thinking. You become available for connection again, not necessarily romantic connection, though that may come, but connection to yourself, to others, to the present moment. The Buddha taught that clinging and grasping create a contracted state. When you clench your fist tightly around something, your whole body tenses. When you clench your mind around an outcome, your entire being contracts. Letting go is release of that contraction. It's not that you stop caring. Caring can remain. It's not that you stop feeling. Feelings can still arise and pass. But you're no longer contracted around demanding that reality be different from what it is. There's a practice in Buddhism called non-clinging, and it's different from detachment in the way most people understand detachment. Detachment, as commonly understood, suggests you step back from life, that you stop engaging, that you protect yourself by not caring. Non-clinging means you engage fully with life. You allow yourself to care. You remain open to connection, but you don't grasp. You appreciate without possessing. You value without demanding. You care without making your peace conditional on specific outcomes. Think again of the crow. After releasing the meat and escaping the eagle, the crow didn't stop eating. It didn't decide that searching for food was too risky, or that wanting nourishment was the problem. The crow continued being a crow, continued seeking food when hungry, continued engaging with life. But it learned something about the difference between finding food and being attacked for food, between nourishment and desperate clinging that invites assault. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, you're not deciding never to want connection again. You're not protecting yourself by shutting down. You're learning the difference between appreciating connection and being attacked by your own desperate grasping for it. The practice of letting go involves several movements. and they don't all happen at once. The first movement is recognition. You begin to see that you're like the crow. You're being attacked. You're suffering. And the suffering is connected to what you're clutching. This recognition often comes as exhaustion. You realize you can't keep doing this. You can't keep checking your phone obsessively. You can't keep replaying the same scenarios in your mind. You can't keep offering yourself to someone who isn't receiving you. The exhaustion itself is information. It's your system saying, this isn't sustainable. This is depleting you. Something needs to change. The second movement is willingness. You become willing to consider that holding on might be optional. You become willing to entertain the possibility that you could survive without them choosing you. You become willing to examine what you're actually clutching and whether clutching it serves you. Willingness doesn't mean you know how to let go yet. It just means you're no longer insisting that holding on is the only option. The third movement is the actual release. For the crow, this happened through exhaustion. It literally could no longer hold on. For humans, release can happen different ways. Sometimes it happens through a conscious decision. I am choosing to stop feeding this, to stop checking, to stop offering what isn't wanted. Sometimes it happens through understanding. You see so clearly that holding on creates suffering, that your hand naturally opens, not through force, but through wisdom. Sometimes it happens through simple passage of time. One day you realize you haven't thought about them in hours, and the clutching has loosened without you noticing exactly when it happened. The release rarely feels victorious or empowering in the moment. For the crow, the release came from depletion, not from strength. The meat fell because the crow couldn't hold it anymore, not because the crow made some heroic decision to let go. Sometimes that's how it is for us too. We don't let go because we've achieved some enlightened state where we're above caring. We let go because we're finally too tired to hold on, because the suffering has become more unbearable than the fear of letting go. And that's okay. The Buddha wasn't teaching perfection. He was teaching release from suffering. However, the release happens through strength or through exhaustion, through wisdom or through depletion. The result is the same: freedom from the attack that holding on creates. After the release comes the fourth movement, the discovery of what remains. The crow discovered it could fly freely once the meat was gone and the eagle had departed. It discovered that being without the meat was actually preferable to being with the meat and being attacked for it. When you let go of someone who didn't choose you, you make a similar discovery. You discover that you're still here. You still exist without them choosing you. Your life continues. Your breath continues. Your capacity for joy hasn't disappeared just because this one connection didn't work out the way you hoped. You discover that the hole you thought would consume you is actually just space. Uncomfortable space sometimes, sad space sometimes, but just space nonetheless. And space, you learn, is where new things can enter. When your hands are clenched tightly around something, they can't receive anything else. When they open, when they release, they become available again. This doesn't mean you immediately find someone else, or that you stop caring about the person who didn't choose you. It means your life is no longer consumed by desperate clutching, and in that non-consumption, you have energy available for other things, for yourself, for healing, for growth, for presence with what's actually here, rather than constant yearning for what isn't. The Buddha emphasized that letting go is a practice, not a one-time event. You might let go and then find yourself clutching again. You might release and then grab back. You might think you've let go, only to discover layers of holding on that you didn't see before. This isn't failure. This is the nature of practice. Each time you recognize you're clutching, and each time you practice releasing, you're training yourself in a new way of relating to loss, to disappointment, to not getting what you want. You're learning that you can survive without clutching. You're discovering that letting go doesn't destroy you. You're experiencing directly that release brings relief, even when it also brings sadness. Over time, the practice becomes more natural. You notice clutching arising sooner. You recognize the signs, the tightness in your chest, the obsessive quality of your thoughts, the way you're scanning for information that will change the reality you don't want to accept. And you remember, this is like the crow holding the meat while being attacked. Holding on doesn't make the meat mine. It just means I keep getting hurt. The Buddha's teaching on letting go isn't about transcending human feeling or becoming invulnerable to pain. It's about understanding the mechanics of suffering clearly enough that you stop creating unnecessary suffering on top of inevitable pain. The crow didn't stop being a creature that needs food. It didn't transcend hunger or become beyond the need for nourishment. But it learned that being attacked while trying to keep food is worse than letting food go and finding peace. You don't stop being someone who wants connection and love. You don't transcend the human need for belonging and being chosen. But you learn that being attacked by your own desperate grasping is worse than letting go and finding peace. And once you learn this, once you experience directly that release brings relief even when it brings loss, you have a choice you didn't have before. You can continue clutching and being attacked. The meat might be gone either way, but only one of those options ends the suffering. And that ending, that release from being attacked by your own attachment, is what the Buddha meant by liberation. Not liberation from feeling, not liberation from caring, not liberation from being human. Liberation from suffering. Liberation from the attack that comes from desperate clutching. Liberation that arrives the moment you finally let go. Among the Buddha's disciples, there was a monk named Channa, who was impossible. Channa had known the Buddha before enlightenment. They had grown up together in the palace, and Channa had been the charioteer who helped the Buddha escape to begin his spiritual search. Because of this history, Channa believed he deserved special treatment, special access, special exemption from the rules that applied to everyone else. He was arrogant, argumentative, and refused to take direction from anyone. When senior monks tried to guide him, he dismissed them. When fellow monks pointed out his behavior, he became defensive and aggressive. He quarreled constantly, disrupted the harmony of the community, and insisted he knew better than everyone else. The other monks grew exhausted trying to work with him. They tried patience. They tried direct confrontation. They tried gentle guidance. They tried firm boundaries. Nothing penetrated his armor of self-righteousness. Finally, they came to the Buddha and said, "We can't continue with Channa in the community. He refuses to change. He disrupts everything, and he makes practice impossible for the rest of us. He needs to be expelled." The Buddha listened carefully. He understood their frustration, their exhaustion, their sense that they'd tried everything. But he didn't expel Channa. Instead, he said, "When I die, give Channa, the Brahma, Danda, the highest punishment." The monks were confused. What was this punishment? What could be more severe than expulsion? The Buddha explained, "No one in the Sangha should speak to Channa, instruct him, or associate with him. Complete silence, total withdrawal of relationship. This wasn't cruelty. This was the only remaining boundary that might penetrate Channa's defenses." Years later, after the Buddha's death, the monks implemented the Brahma Danda. They stopped speaking to Channa, stopped responding to his provocations, stopped engaging with his arguments. And Channa, for the first time in his life, was truly alone. At first, he responded with more arrogance. He didn't need them anyway. He was special because of his history with the Buddha. Their silence proved they were the problem, not him. But as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, something began to crack. Without anyone to argue with, he had to sit with his own mind. Without anyone to blame, He had to look at his own behavior. Without anyone reflecting back his specialness, he had to face his own suffering. The solitude became a mirror. And in that mirror, for the first time, Channa saw himself clearly, not the special person he'd been telling himself he was, but an arrogant, defensive, suffering human being who'd been pushing everyone away because he was afraid of being ordinary. He broke down completely. The texts say he wept, overcome with the recognition of how much harm he'd caused, how much pain he'd been carrying, how isolated he'd made himself through his behavior. He went to the senior monk Ananda and said, "I've been impossible. I know this now. Please teach me." And Ananda, seeing that Channa had finally become teachable, lifted the Brahma Danda and began instructing him. Channa practiced with humility for the first time in his life. And through that practice, the texts tell us he became fully enlightened, completely freed from the suffering that had driven his arrogance all along. This story reveals something crucial about what happens after someone doesn't choose you. You might find yourself alone, not because you're being punished, but because sometimes solitude is exactly what allows you to see clearly. Most people fear being alone after not being chosen. The fear sounds like this: if I'm alone, it proves I'm unlovable. If no one chooses me, something must be fundamentally wrong with me. If I end up by myself, I've failed at the most basic human task of connection. But Buddhism teaches something different about solitude. Solitude isn't punishment. Solitude is clarity. When Channa was forced into solitude through the Brahma Danda, it wasn't because he was unworthy of relationship. It was because relationship kept allowing him to avoid looking at himself. As long as he had people to argue with, he could keep projecting his suffering outward. As long as he had others to blame, he could avoid facing his own pain. As long as he could maintain his armor of specialness through interaction, he never had to examine what that armor was protecting. The solitude removed all those distractions. When someone doesn't choose you, and you find yourself alone, something similar is happening. The noise stops. The constant seeking for their validation stops. The analyzing and strategizing and hoping stops. And in that stopping, you're left with yourself. For many people, this feels unbearable at first. The mind fills the silence with harsh commentary. See, you're alone because you're not enough, because you're too much, because something about you is fundamentally wrong. But this is where self-compassion becomes essential. Self-compassion in Buddhism isn't about convincing yourself you're special or perfect or above criticism. It's about meeting yourself with the same kindness you'd offer to anyone who's suffering. Channa's breakthrough came when he finally stopped defending himself and allowed himself to feel the pain he'd been avoiding. He stopped trying to be special and allowed himself to be ordinary, an ordinary human being who suffers, who makes mistakes, who needs guidance, who's learning. That allowance, that acceptance of his own humanity was an act of self-compassion, even though it felt like falling apart. When you're alone after not being chosen, self-compassion means you stop making your solitude mean something terrible about you. You stop the narrative that says, I'm alone because I'm unlovable. You recognize instead, I'm alone right now because this particular connection didn't align, and being alone is giving me space to heal, to see clearly, to remember who I am without constantly reaching for someone else's validation. Self-compassion also means you stop betraying yourself to avoid being alone. The Buddha's teaching to Channa through the Brahmadanda was essentially this: staying in relationship with you while you continue harming yourself and others isn't compassionate, it's enabling. Sometimes the most compassionate response is withdrawal, is boundary, is allowing someone to face themselves without the distraction of relationship. When you apply this to yourself, it means staying in pursuit of someone who doesn't choose you isn't loyalty or love, it's self-betrayal. Choosing to be alone rather than continuing to chase someone who isn't receiving you is an act of self-compassion, even though it feels like loss. There's a practice in Buddhism called metta, loving kindness, meditation. Traditionally, it begins with directing kindness toward yourself before extending it to others. The phrases are simple. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. But when you're suffering from not being chosen, these phrases can feel hollow. How can I wish myself happiness when I feel this bad? How can I wish myself ease when everything feels difficult? The practice isn't about making yourself feel better immediately. It's about continuing to offer kindness to yourself, even when you're suffering, especially when you're suffering. Channa couldn't receive kindness from others because he couldn't be kind to himself. His arrogance was armor protecting against the fundamental belief that he wasn't okay as he was. When the armor finally cracked and he saw himself clearly, with all his flaws, all his suffering, all his ordinary humanity, he could finally extend compassion to himself. And that self-compassion opened him to receive teaching, to practice genuinely, to transform. Being alone after not being chosen gives you the same opportunity. You can use the solitude to confirm your worst fears about yourself, to rehearse all the ways you're not enough, to catalog your perceived failures, to build a case for your unlovability. Or you can use the solitude as Channa eventually did, to see yourself clearly without the distortion of desperate seeking, to meet yourself with compassion rather than judgment, to recognize that not being chosen by one person doesn't determine your fundamental worth. The clarity that comes from solitude isn't always comfortable. Chana had to face how his behavior had pushed people away, how his arrogance had been covering fear, how his insistence on being special had prevented genuine connection. When you're alone, after not being chosen, you might face similar recognitions. You might see how you gave away your power by making someone else responsible for your happiness. You might recognize patterns, how this isn't the first time you've chased someone unavailable, how you have a tendency to lose yourself in relationships, how you struggle to trust your own worth without external validation. These recognitions can be painful, but they're also liberating because you can't change what you can't see. Buddhism teaches that ignorance is one of the root causes of suffering. Not ignorance in the sense of lacking information, but ignorance of how things actually are, ignorance of impermanence, ignorance of your true nature, ignorance of the patterns that create your suffering. Solitude removes the distractions that maintain ignorance. When you're constantly focused on someone else, on getting them to choose you, on analyzing their behavior, on managing your presentation to be more acceptable, you're not present to yourself. Solitude brings you back to yourself. And being present to yourself, really present, with compassion and honesty, is where transformation becomes possible. The Buddha didn't abandon Chana by prescribing the Brahma Danda. He gave Chana the exact medicine he needed, even though the medicine was bitter. Sometimes you need to give yourself the same medicine. You need to stop chasing the person who didn't choose you. You need to sit with the discomfort of being alone. You need to face yourself without the distraction of external seeking. This isn't punishment. This is compassion. Because continuing to betray yourself by chasing what's not reciprocated is the real cruelty. Continuing to abandon your own needs in service of someone else's lack of interest is the real harm. Choosing solitude over self-betrayal is choosing yourself. Not in the egoic sense of, I'm too good for people who don't choose me, but in the compassionate sense of, I deserve to stop suffering, and continuing to chase what doesn't choose me is creating suffering. After Chana's breakthrough, after he became teachable and began genuine practice, he didn't become a different person. He was still Chana, still the same person, with the same history, the same personality, the same tendencies. But he was Chana awake rather than Chana asleep. Chana seeing clearly rather than Chana lost in defensive delusion. Chana able to receive guidance and connection rather than Chana pushing everything away through arrogance. When you emerge from solitude after not being chosen, you don't become a different person either. You're still you, still with your history, your personality, your vulnerabilities, your desire for connection. But you might be you awake rather than you asleep. You seeing clearly rather than you lost in desperate grasping. You able to receive genuine connection rather than you pushing it away through self-betrayal and neediness. The solitude doesn't fix you because nothing about you was broken. The solitude clarifies you. It removes the noise so you can hear yourself again. It creates space so you can see what's actually true rather than what you've been desperately hoping might be true. And in that clarity, self-compassion becomes possible, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. You stop arguing with reality about whether you should be alone. You accept that right now, you are alone, and you meet yourself in that aloneness, with kindness rather than judgment. You stop making solitude mean you're unlovable, and start recognizing solitude as the space where you can finally stop abandoning yourself in pursuit of someone who isn't choosing you. The Buddha gave Channa the Brahma Danda, not as abandonment, but as the boundary that would finally allow Channa to face himself and transform. Life has given you something similar, the experience of not being chosen, which creates space for you to stop seeking externally and start seeing internally. What you do with that space is your choice. You can fill it with harsh self-judgment and desperate seeking for the next person who might validate you. Or you can use it as Channa eventually did, as an opportunity to wake up, to see clearly, to meet yourself with compassion, to learn something that will serve you for the rest of your life. The teaching isn't that you should always be alone, or that solitude is superior to connection. The teaching is that sometimes being alone is exactly what allows you to become someone who can genuinely connect, someone who doesn't betray themselves in relationship, someone who can appreciate without grasping, someone who knows their worth, isn't determined by being chosen. And that knowing, that clarity, that self-compassion learned in solitude, that's what makes you free. The Buddha had a son named Rahula, who became a monk when he was very young. One day, when Rahula was still learning, the Buddha took him aside for a private teaching. He picked up a piece of cloth that had been used for cleaning, dirty, stained, clearly impure. The Buddha held up the cloth and asked Rahula, "Do you see this cloth?" Rahula nodded. "Do you see how dirty it is? Do you see the stains?" Again, Rahula nodded. The stains were obvious, impossible to miss. The Buddha then said something that would become one of his most important teachings on practice. Just as this cloth can become pure when washed with water and soap, So too the mind can be purified when you see clearly what makes it impure. But then he emphasized the crucial point. First, you must see the stains clearly. You cannot clean what you do not see. You cannot purify what you deny or ignore or pretend isn't there. This teaching reveals the foundation of all Buddhist practice. Awareness comes before transformation. When someone doesn't choose you and you're suffering, the first step isn't to force yourself to let go, or to convince yourself you shouldn't care, or to transcend your feelings through spiritual practice. The first step is to see clearly what's actually happening in your mind. Most people don't do this. They're so uncomfortable with their suffering that they immediately try to fix it, escape it, explain it away, or numb it through distraction. But the Buddha's teaching to his son was clear. You must see the stains before you can clean the cloth. So what does it mean to see attachment as it arises? It means you notice the moment your mind starts reaching. You're going about your day, and suddenly you're thinking about the person who didn't choose you. You're imagining what you could say to change their mind, or you're replaying the last conversation, looking for what went wrong, or you're fantasizing about them, realizing they made a mistake. Usually, you're so absorbed in these thoughts that you don't notice you're thinking them. The thinking has you. You're not aware of it. You're inside it, completely identified with it. But if you're practicing awareness, there's a moment, sometimes brief, sometimes sustained, where you notice, oh, I'm doing it again. I'm reaching for them mentally. I'm replaying scenarios. I'm grasping. That noticing is awareness. It's the moment when you see the stain on the cloth. The Buddha taught his son that this seeing must be done without judgment. When Rahula looked at the dirty cloth, he didn't judge the cloth for being dirty. He didn't make the cloth wrong or bad or defective. He simply saw, this cloth has stains on it. When you notice attachment arising in your mind, when you catch yourself obsessing about someone who didn't choose you, the practice is to see it the same way, not as evidence that something is wrong with you, but as simple observation of what's present. Oh, attachment is here right now. Grasping is happening. The mind is reaching for what isn't available. No judgment, no shame, no story about what it means that you're still doing this. Just clear seeing, this is what's happening right now. Most people make awareness harder than it needs to be because they add commentary to what they observe. They notice they're thinking about the person and immediately add, I shouldn't still be thinking about them. What's wrong with me? Why can't I get over this? I'm pathetic for still caring. All of that is not awareness. That's judgment about awareness. The Buddha taught Rahula to distinguish between the stain and the story about the stain. The stain is simply what's present, a mark on fabric, a mental pattern of attachment, a moment of grasping. The story about the stain is the elaborate narrative you build around it, what it means, why it's there, what it says about you, how you should feel about it. Awareness is seeing the stain without the story. When you can do this, when you can notice attachment arising without immediately judging yourself for it, something important happens. The attachment doesn't immediately disappear, but your relationship to it changes. You're no longer completely identified with the grasping. There's a little space between you and it, enough space to observe it, to recognize it as a pattern rather than as truth, to see it clearly rather than being consumed by it. This space is where freedom begins. The Buddha taught several specific ways to develop this awareness, and they're all simple, but not easy. The first practice is noticing where attachment lives in your body. When you're grasping for someone who didn't choose you, it's not just a mental experience. Your body holds it. There might be tightness in your chest when you think about them. There might be a knot in your stomach when you check your phone hoping for a message. There might be tension in your shoulders, or shallowness in your breath, or a clenching in your jaw. The Buddha taught Rahula to use the body as a mirror for the mind. When you notice these physical sensations, you're seeing the stain on the cloth. You don't need to change the sensation. You don't need to make it go away. You simply feel it, acknowledge it, recognize this is what attachment feels like in my body right now. The practice is to stay with the sensation without immediately reaching for your phone or for distraction or for some way to escape the discomfort. Just feel the tightness in your chest. Just notice the knot in your stomach. Just observe how your breath becomes shallow when you're grasping. This sounds simple, but it's actually profound. Because most of your suffering comes not from the sensation itself, but from your resistance to the sensation. When you can simply be with the physical experience of attachment without fighting it or feeding it, you're practicing awareness. The second practice is noticing the quality of your thoughts. The Buddha taught that thoughts have a texture, a tone, a flavor. Thoughts rooted in attachment have a particular quality. They're repetitive, circular, urgent. When you're thinking clearly, your thoughts move naturally from one thing to another. There's a flow, a sense of presence with what's actually here. But when attachment is driving your thinking, the thoughts loop. You think the same things over and over, replaying conversations, imagining scenarios, analyzing what went wrong, strategizing what you could do differently. The content might vary slightly, but the pattern is the same: reaching, grasping, trying to control something that's already happened or hasn't happened yet. The Buddha taught Rahula to recognize this quality of grasping mind as distinct from clear mind. When you notice your thoughts have that repetitive, urgent, grasping quality, you're seeing the stain. You don't need to stop the thoughts or replace them with better thoughts. You simply recognize, oh, grasping, mind is active right now. This recognition itself is awareness. And awareness, even without any attempt to change what's happening, begins to shift your relationship to what's arising. The third practice is observing the arising and passing of attachment. Everything that arises in the mind is impermanent. It comes, it stays for a while, and it passes. But when you're identified with attachment, it feels permanent. It feels like this grasping, this longing, this mental reaching will never end. The Buddha taught Rahula to notice not just the presence of mental states, but their temporary nature. You're thinking about the person obsessively. Your mind is completely consumed, and then the phone rings, or someone asks you a question, or you get absorbed in a task, and suddenly you realize you weren't thinking about them for 5 minutes. The attachment passed, not permanently, but temporarily. When you start noticing this, when you see that attachment comes and goes, rather than being a constant, unchanging state, you're seeing something crucial about its nature. It's not solid. It's not permanent. It's not who you are. It's a pattern that arises under certain conditions and passes when those conditions change. This seeing is liberating not because it makes the attachment go away, but because it reveals that you're not trapped in it. Just as the Buddha showed Rahula that a stained cloth can be cleaned, he was showing that the mind isn't permanently stuck in any pattern. Patterns arise and pass, and awareness allows you to see this clearly. The fourth practice is recognizing what triggers attachment to arise. The Buddha taught dependent origination, the principle that everything arises dependent on conditions. Attachment doesn't appear randomly. It arises when certain conditions are present. Maybe it arises when you're tired and your defenses are down. Maybe it arises when you see something that reminds you of the person. Maybe it arises when you're lonely, or bored, or feeling uncertain about yourself. When you start paying attention, you notice patterns. You start to see, oh, every evening around this time, the grasping intensifies. Or, when I'm scrolling social media, I start thinking about them more. Or, when I'm with coupled friends, the longing becomes stronger. The Buddha taught Rahula that seeing the conditions that give rise to defilements is part of seeing the defilements themselves. You're not trying to avoid the conditions or control them. You're simply seeing. These conditions tend to trigger grasping in my mind. This awareness gives you choice. Not the choice to never feel attachment, but the choice to recognize when conditions are likely to trigger it, and to meet those moments with more awareness, rather than being blindsided by them. The fifth practice is the most subtle, noticing the gap between seeing attachment and being attached. When you first start practicing awareness, it might feel like seeing attachment and experiencing attachment are the same thing. But as practice deepens, you start to notice something remarkable. There can be attachment present in your mind, while simultaneously there's awareness observing that attachment. It's like the Buddha and Rahula looking at the stained cloth together. The stain is there, clearly visible, but neither the Buddha nor Rahula are the stain. They're the ones seeing the stain. When attachment arises in your mind and you notice it, who is doing the noticing? The attachment is a pattern, a mental formation, a temporary arising in consciousness. But the awareness that sees the attachment is something else. It's the capacity to observe without being caught, to see without being consumed. This distinction is crucial because it reveals that you are not your attachment. You are the awareness that can see attachment arising and passing. The Buddha didn't tell Rahula that having a dirty cloth made him dirty. The cloth had stains, but that didn't define the cloth's essential nature. It just meant the cloth needed washing. Similarly, having attachment arise in your mind doesn't make you an attached person. It means attachment is a pattern that arises, and with awareness and practice, that pattern can be transformed. As the Buddha washed the cloth while teaching Rahula, he demonstrated something important. Purification isn't violent. He didn't scrub the cloth aggressively or try to destroy it to remove the stains. He washed it gently but thoroughly with water and soap, allowing the impurities to release naturally. The same is true for attachment in the mind. You don't purify attachment through force or self-criticism or harsh discipline. You purify it through patient awareness, seeing it clearly again and again, understanding its nature, not feeding it with new grasping, allowing it to be seen fully until it naturally releases. This is why the Buddha emphasized seeing as the first step. You cannot transform what you do not see. You cannot release what you deny. You cannot purify what you refuse to acknowledge is there. When someone doesn't choose you, and you're suffering from attachment to them, the practice begins with simple, honest, non-judgmental seeing. Right now, I am grasping. Right now, my mind is reaching for what isn't available. Right now, I am creating suffering by insisting reality be different from what it is. That seeing, clear, direct, without story or judgment, is itself the beginning of transformation. Not because seeing immediately makes the attachment disappear, but because seeing allows you to have a different relationship with it. You're no longer unconsciously driven by it. You're aware of it, and in that awareness, you have choice, not about whether it arises, but about whether you feed it, believe it, or identify with it. The Buddha finished washing the cloth and showed it to Rahula, now clean. "Do you see?" he asked. "The cloth is the same cloth, but the stains are gone." This is what happens through practice. Not that you become a different person, but that the impurities that cause suffering are gradually purified through seeing them clearly. When you practice awareness with attachment, when you see it arising, see it in your body, see it in your thoughts, see its impermanence, see the conditions that trigger it, see the space between you and it, you're doing what the Buddha taught Rahula. You're washing the cloth, not through force, not through denial, not through spiritual bypassing or positive thinking. Through clear seeing, patient awareness, and the understanding that transformation happens not by fighting what's present, but by seeing it so clearly that it can finally release. This is the practice of awareness. This is how you see attachment as it arises. This is the foundation of freedom from the suffering that comes when someone doesn't choose you. And it begins, always, with the willingness to see the stain on the cloth, not as judgment, not as failure, but as the first essential step toward purification. There was once an ascetic named Bahia Daruchirya who lived alone on the edge of the ocean, practicing meditation with such dedication that people began to revere him as enlightened. Bahia himself believed this. He thought he had reached the highest attainment, that his practice was complete, that he had nothing more to learn. But one night, devas, celestial beings who could see truth more clearly than humans, appeared to him and said, "Bahia, you are not enlightened. You have attained deep concentration, but you have not seen the ultimate truth. There is a teacher in Savatthi, the Buddha, who can show you what you have not yet seen. Go to him quickly." Bahia was shaken. Everything he believed about himself, about his attainment, was suddenly in question. He left immediately, traveling overnight, driven by an urgency he couldn't explain. By morning, he arrived in Savatthi and learned the Buddha was walking through the town on alms round, collecting food for his daily meal. Bahaya ran to find him. When he saw the Buddha walking calmly down the street, Bahia threw himself at the Buddha's feet and begged, "Please, teach me the Dhamma so that I may find peace and liberation." The Buddha said gently, "This is not the time, Bahia. I am on alms round. Come to the monastery later." But Bahia, feeling the Deva's urgency in his bones, pleaded again, "Venerable sir, life is uncertain. Death could come for you or for me at any moment. Please teach me now." He asked 3 times, and finally, the Buddha stopped and looked at him. Then, the Buddha spoke what would become one of the most concise and profound teachings in all of Buddhism. In the seen, there is only the seen. In the heard, there is only the heard. In the sensed, there is only the sensed. In the cognized, there is only the cognized. When for you there is in the seen only the seen, in the heard only the heard, in the sensed only the sensed, in the cognized only the cognized, then you will not be by that. When you are not by that, you will not be in that. When you are not in that, you will be neither here, nor beyond, nor between the two. This, just this, is the end of suffering. In that moment, hearing those words, understanding their meaning, Bahaya became fully enlightened. He saw through the illusion of permanent self, through the grasping that creates suffering, through the fundamental delusion that had kept him bound. In an instant, he was free. Bahia bowed to the Buddha in gratitude and turned to leave. Within moments, literally moments after achieving enlightenment, Bahia was gored by a cow and died on the spot. Later, when the monks found his body and asked the Buddha about Bahaya's fate, the Buddha told them, "Bahaya has attained final liberation. He died fully awakened." Then the Buddha said something that reveals the heart of his teaching. Life is uncertain. Death is certain. Bahia understood this, which is why he insisted I teach him immediately. In the span of perhaps an hour, Bahia went from believing himself enlightened to discovering he wasn't, from seeking teaching to receiving it, from achieving enlightenment to dying. Birth, transformation, death, all in one morning. This is the teaching on impermanence that changes everything. Impermanence, anicca in Pali, is one of the 3 fundamental characteristics of all existence in Buddhism. Everything that arises passes away. Everything that comes together falls apart. Everything that is born dies. Everything that begins ends. This isn't pessimism. This isn't nihilism. This is simply accurate description of how reality works. Bahir's story demonstrates this with stark clarity. His belief in his own enlightenment was impermanent. It arose and passed. His seeking was impermanent. It arose and passed. His enlightenment was impermanent in form, though the liberation it brought was beyond arising and passing. His life was impermanent. It arose and passed. Nothing stayed. Everything changed. And this is true for every single experience, every single moment, every single thing that exists in conditioned reality. When someone doesn't choose you, you're experiencing impermanence directly. Their feelings changed or never solidified in the way you hoped. The connection you imagined didn't remain or didn't manifest. The future you were building in your mind dissolved before it ever became real. This hurts. The pain of impermanence is real pain. But here's what the Buddha taught. Suffering doesn't come from impermanence itself. Suffering comes from relating to impermanent things as if they were permanent. You suffer because you took someone's interest or your hope for their interest and treated it as solid, unchanging, dependable. You built on it as if it was stable ground. You organized your sense of future around it as if it would last. And when it changed, which is what impermanent things always do, you experienced that change as betrayal, as loss, as evidence that something is wrong with you or with reality itself. But nothing was wrong. Things simply changed because change is their nature. The Buddha taught that there are three kinds of suffering, and understanding impermanence addresses all three. The first kind is the suffering of painful experiences, the direct pain of loss, rejection, disappointment. This suffering is unavoidable as long as you're alive and capable of feeling. When someone doesn't choose you, there's pain. You wanted connection and didn't get it. You hoped for reciprocation and received rejection instead. This pain is real and valid. The second kind is the suffering of change, the unsatisfactory nature of pleasant experiences because they don't last. Even when someone does choose you, that choosing is impermanent. Feelings change, circumstances shift. People grow in different directions. The initial spark doesn't maintain the same intensity. The certainty of early connection gives way to the complexity of long-term relationship. Nothing stays in its initial form. Everything that arises is already in the process of changing. The third kind of suffering is the deepest, the suffering inherent in clinging to conditioned existence itself. This is the suffering that comes from making peace conditional on impermanent things, on someone choosing you, on circumstances aligning perfectly, on getting what you want and keeping it forever. When you make your peace dependent on something impermanent, you've guaranteed suffering, because impermanent things will change and your peace will crumble. Bahia's story shows the alternative. In his final teaching, Buddha pointed Bahia towards seeing things as they are, just hearing in the hearing, just seeing in the seeing, just sensing in the sensing, without adding the story of me and mine and permanent on top of it. When you see clearly that everything is impermanent, something profound shifts in how you relate to experience. You stop demanding that impermanent things stay permanent. You stop being surprised when things change. You stop making change into evidence of failure or wrongness. You start meeting each moment as it is, knowing it will pass, allowing it to pass, without grasping or pushing away. This doesn't mean you become cold or indifferent. It means you stop torturing yourself by insisting that changing things stop changing. When someone doesn't choose you, impermanence is operating. Maybe their interest was genuine but temporary. It arose and passed, as impermanent things do. Maybe your compatibility changed as you both changed, which is what impermanent beings inevitably do. Maybe the circumstances that might have supported connection shifted, as circumstances always shift. None of this makes the pain less real, but understanding impermanence changes your relationship to the pain. You stop asking, why did this change? Because you understand that change is the nature of all conditioned things. Change doesn't need a reason. Unchanging would need a reason, would be the anomaly. You stop asking, what's wrong with me that they didn't stay interested? Because you understand that interest, like everything else, is impermanent. Their interest changing isn't about your worth any more than seasons changing is about the Earth's worth. You stop asking, how do I make them choose me? Because you understand that you cannot make impermanent things permanent through force of will or strategic behavior. Impermanence is liberation disguised as loss. It's liberation because when you truly understand that everything changes, you stop building your peace on things that will inevitably change. You stop making your happiness conditional on someone choosing you, staying with you, feeling about you tomorrow, what they felt yesterday. You start finding peace in what doesn't change, not external circumstances, which are always changing, but in the capacity to be present with whatever is arising, including change itself. Bahia demonstrated something else crucial. Even death, the ultimate change, couldn't touch the liberation he found through understanding. He became enlightened and died within the same hour, but his enlightenment was complete. He didn't need time to consolidate it or protect it or make sure it lasted. Because enlightenment isn't about making any particular state permanent. It's about seeing clearly that no state is permanent and finding freedom in that seeing rather than suffering. When you're not chosen, you're being given a teaching on impermanence, whether you wanted it or not. You're learning directly that connections change, that interest shifts, that what felt solid can become uncertain, that futures you imagined can dissolve before manifesting. You can relate to this teaching with resistance, fighting the impermanence, demanding reality be different, making the change into evidence of cosmic injustice or personal unworthiness. Or you can relate to it with wisdom, recognizing that you're experiencing the fundamental nature of conditioned existence, that this pain is teaching you not to build on shifting ground, that understanding impermanence is understanding freedom. The Buddha's final words to his disciples, spoken as he was dying, were about impermanence. All conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive on with diligence. He didn't say this to depress them or make them afraid. He said it to free them from the suffering that comes from denying or fighting what is fundamentally true. Everything changes. This person's feelings changed or never formed as you hoped. This connection shifted or ended or never fully began. That change isn't personal. It isn't punishment. It isn't evidence that something is wrong with you or with how reality operates. It's just impermanence, doing what impermanence always does, manifesting as change. And when you stop arguing with impermanence, when you stop demanding that changing things stay unchanged, when you stop making your peace conditional on permanence in an impermanent world, you find something that doesn't change. Not external stability. That's impossible in conditioned existence. But internal stability, the capacity to meet whatever arises, including change and loss, without being destroyed by it. Bahia found this in an instant and died free. You might take longer, moving through the pain slowly, learning gradually what he learned in a flash. But the teaching is the same. Everything changes, and understanding that truth is the end of suffering, not the cause of it. When you truly understand impermanence, you stop trying to make people permanent fixtures in your life. You appreciate them while they're present, knowing presence is temporary. You value connection without demanding it stay exactly as it is forever. And when someone doesn't choose you, You grieve the loss without making it mean something permanent about your worth or your future. Because in an impermanent world, this too will change. This pain will change. Your circumstances will change. Your understanding will deepen. Possibilities will arise. Not because you deserve it or earned it, but simply because change is the nature of all things. And that nature, that fundamental impermanence, is not your enemy. It's your teacher. It's showing you where you're building on unstable ground, so you can learn to find stability in what doesn't need external conditions to remain whole. This is the teaching that changes everything, not the content of what happens, but your relationship to change itself. Seven days after the Buddha's enlightenment, he gave his first teaching to 5 ascetics in the deer park at Isipatana. That teaching on the Four Noble Truths became famous, known as turning the wheel of the Dharma. But 5 days later, the Buddha gave a second teaching to the same 5 ascetics that was equally profound, though less famous. He taught them about the 5 aggregates, the components that humans mistake for a permanent, unchanging self. The Buddha asked them to examine their direct experience. Is the body permanent or impermanent? The ascetics answered, impermanent, venerable sir. And what is impermanent? Is that satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. And what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change? Is it fitting to regard that as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. The Buddha then went through each aggregate systematically: form, feeling, perception, mental formations, consciousness. For each one, the same questions, the same recognitions: impermanent, unsatisfactory, not self. He showed them that what they'd been calling I and me and mine was actually a constantly changing stream of processes, a body that's always aging and dying and replacing cells, feelings that arise and pass moment by moment, perceptions that shift with conditions, mental formations that come and go, consciousness that flickers in and out with every sense contact. None of it was stable. None of it was under their control. None of it was a permanent self that could be grasped or protected or enhanced or diminished. The Buddha concluded, when you see this clearly, you become disenchanted with form, disenchanted with feeling, disenchanted with perception, disenchanted with mental formations, disenchanted with consciousness. Being disenchanted, you become dispassionate. Through dispassion, you are liberated. Upon hearing this teaching, all 5 ascetics became fully enlightened. They saw through the illusion of a permanent self, and in that seeing, they were free. This teaching, known as anatta, or not self, is perhaps the most radical and misunderstood teaching in all of Buddhism. And it has everything to do with why you suffer when someone doesn't choose you. When someone doesn't choose you, who exactly is not being chosen? You might answer, me, myself, who I am. But the Buddha's teaching on the 5 aggregates asks you to look more carefully. Is it your body that's not being chosen? Your body is constantly changing. The cells that compose it now are not the same cells that composed it a year ago. Which version of your body wasn't chosen? Yesterday's, today's, tomorrow's? Is it your feelings that aren't being chosen? Feelings arise and pass moment by moment. Right now you might feel rejected, but an hour ago you felt fine, and an hour from now you might feel different again. Which feeling is the you that wasn't chosen? Is it your perceptions, your ideas about yourself, your self-image? Those shift constantly based on circumstances, feedback, mood, the stories you're telling yourself. Are you the confident person you were last week, or the insecure person you are today? Which one wasn't chosen? Is it your mental formations, your habits, patterns, tendencies? Those are conditioned, learned, changing. They're not a fixed self, but processes that arise based on causes and conditions. Is it your consciousness, your awareness? Consciousness depends on sense contact to arise. It appears when there's an eye and a form, an ear and a sound, a mind and a thought. Without contact, there's no consciousness. It's not a thing you possess. It's a process that arises and ceases moment by moment. The Buddha's teaching is that when you examine your direct experience carefully, you cannot find a permanent, unchanging self that could be chosen or not chosen, accepted or rejected, validated or invalidated. There's no solid you at the center of experience. There's just experience arising and passing, sensations, thoughts, emotions, perceptions, all flowing, all changing, none of it fixed or graspable as mine. This might sound abstract or philosophical, but it has profound practical implications for suffering. When someone doesn't choose you, the suffering comes from believing there's a fixed self that has been evaluated and found lacking. You take their decision and make it into a verdict about who you fundamentally are. You solidify yourself into a permanent identity as the person who wasn't chosen, the person who isn't enough, the person who always gets rejected. But the Buddha's teaching reveals this as delusion. There's no permanent you to make verdicts about. There's just this constantly changing stream of experience. And right now, part of that stream includes the pain of not being chosen. The pain is real. But the story that this pain reveals something fixed and true about a permanent self, that's the delusion that creates suffering. Think about